Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, Quieren pensar sin ni siquiera estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su mando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. No caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinte. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirá siempre de fin de. Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños mueren cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico. Dicen que invento lo del engaño, y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones, pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores, antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante, nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar.
Desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. Me quitaron lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido, no. Todo repite lo que dice el referente. Discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes. Investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done
house of Jacob their sins.
Mal, cuando miras a otro lado, los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. Peores lo hemos pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibujaba en todas mis piezas y con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece burlar de mí. Dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí. Con los dedos no voy palpando, cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti.
Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la marea. Si esas estrellas ya no brillan, las entiendo pa' que vean. Sea donde sea, bajo la tormenta o dentro de la odisea, donde arañas cubren el cielo de tela, los aviones nadan y los barcos vuelan. Aunque parezca que va bien, no sabes bien si va mal. Besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada, mi corazón huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente, Calamar dijo que estaría presente. Fallaron como nunca, se fueron para siempre. Millones de razones para vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente.
Como no quieren ver, ahora tenemos branquias y cerrados los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine con la cordillera. Más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tu juguete si suena a mí, tu. A mi lado tengo soldados fumando de su palulú. Y un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Pa' tener pila valorio, se mata medio de emporio. Yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando que la vida que quería me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando. Vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la pluma. Nunca se despidió de mí, nunca se despidió de mí.
Vivo en un mundo que parece roto y sé que no barreto es perfecto y lo debo plasmar. Me fumo un color tras otro y lo veo todo otro color. Me siento libre porque vuelvo a conectar. Mi gente sufre y no lo puedo evitar. Mascándole consejos siempre desde la humildad. Es su camino hacia la fraternidad. Solo puedo enseñarles a respetar y amar. Con esta bendición, como no voy a aprovechar los códigos que llegan, los tenemos que aceptar. Si me recanté, fue para ayudar y no para malgastar mi tiempo en beneficio del mal. En la unión nace la fuerza y eso nos hace juntar las ganas que siempre tuvimos para iluminar a la gente que se le ocurra y llama y armonizar. Vinimos para dar fuego a la que no nos va a quemar. Arde por dentro la llama, no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca, tu tuba al suelo, me muero a diario sobrado de gas. Escupo risas perfectas, palabras de versos eternos no mueren jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena,
estoy perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema, pero planté cara a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requienes a mis diablos, que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen bien es más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
Declaraciones.
Que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen bien es más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
Declaraciones.
Un poco sobreiluminados en bueno.
Sí, porque no puedo jugar.
El cielo es
Luego
nuestro.
levanto sol.
Miras a otro lado, es más del pasado. No se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Okay, here we go. Show. Let the show begin. In a second. Okie dokie, family. Welcome to Meshiacha Chronicles. Hold on a second.
Are you?
Okay, so we're gonna go over something called metamorphosis. I mean, not necessarily the whole, the whole class is about that, but technically it is. Okay, the metamorphosis of the self-styled Jews. They are known as Khazarians and so-called Black Moors. They like to call themselves that, so we're calling that tonight. Let's see what we got. I saw some brothers say, "What's up?" Jeremias, buenos dias, brother. I know it's good evening, but you know how I mean it. All will be revealed. The Canaanite spirit is rising. Peace and blessings, family. I'm reading it because I can't see it on my screen. All right. It's cool, man. Let's get going. Oh man, I'm kind of tired, to be honest. I didn't really I haven't even shaved. I showered and all that, you know what I mean? But I haven't even shaved in a couple days. Anyways, once again, you guys know the topic. We're gonna get through it real quick. Well, at least I try to believe that. As you know how it goes here. It's kind of hard to. So I'm gonna bring facts, as you guys know. I'm gonna bring facts. Let me show you a couple videos, and then I'm gonna read you some. Matter of fact, you know what? No, let me read this first. Let me read it first, because it does technically fall within the class. Was like it's the most important. Give me a second. Okay. So we got a book here called, and I'm sure you guys have heard of it. Okay. Go ahead and make it. You guys can see it. We Can't Go Home Again. An argument about Afrocentrism. I'm not going to read the entire book. I will read this here because it makes a lot of sense, and then I'm going to play some videos and get into the whole, class. Okay. So the book is called, once again, let me take my time, man. Oh, shit. We Can't Go Home Again. An argument about Afrocentrism. That's not the entire topic. You're going to see the topic. I just want to read this. That's really it today on this book, because it's very striking. Check this out. Yeah, you guys can read it. Okay, cool. It says, men make their own history, but they do not make it just as they please. They do not make it under circumstances chosen by themselves, but under circumstances directly encountered, given, and transmitted from the past. The tradition of all the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living. Let me read that again. The tradition of all the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living. Man, is that a heavy point? Because it really correlates it really transmits really the entire class. And just when they seem engaged in revolutionizing themselves and things, in creating something that has never yet existed, precisely in such periods of revolutionary crisis, they anxiously, let me read that again, precisely in such periods of revolutionary crisis, which is what we see a lot of people go through right now. Certain nations conjuring ideas and concepts that they're supposedly the natives of this land, for one thing. Like, that's the most obvious right now for us. Precisely in such periods of revolutionary crisis, they anxiously conjure up the spirits of the past to their service and borrow from them names, battle cries, and customs in order to present the new scene of world history In this time honored, disguised, and this borrowed language. Now, this is what Karl Marx says, and the irony of that, because of who he is. But then this here, it says what's, then Charles G. Woodson says this. When you give Negroes the facts in their case, they call for flattery and misinformation. We're going to see some of that today, too. This is going on both of them. It's not just these guys here. When all men think alike, no one thinks very much. True that. So now let me give you some pointers here real quick. Thank you very much, brother. Am I going to have to use a cable? Okay. I like these videos. Let me kind of start off with that real quick. But I do want to make a point.
They tell you to go back to your country, but in reality, your ancestors are from this land, and their ancestors came on a boat from somewhere else.
California used to be Mexico.
We were here first, if you want to bring up the technicalities.
There's only one group of people that are from here, and they also get told that this isn't their land, that this isn't their country. The skin.
He says there's only one group of people. Okay.
Color that's not from here is white.
And you hate immigrants when you don't realize you were the first immigrant.
That was you. That was your family before.
You came here from somewhere else to this land where the immigrants that you hate now, their ancestors have been around for generations.
So, you know, there was a time where I would really appreciate videos like this and say, yeah, power, brother. Just kidding. I wouldn't say that shit. But I would be like, yeah, you know, give them a thumbs up like I do, right? But there's a lot more involved in these statements, because what I guess you could say what I complain about is how a lot of people like here. Yeah, I get it. But it wasn't just white folks. Now, you may be the ones that don't know. But a lot of you guys do know, and you don't say shit. It's easy to say it to the gringo, but not the other ones. Sometimes they're more racist than the damn gringos themselves. Y'all be the judge of that. Now let's look at this real quick. Why is
Nubia has always had their own.
Why it does this, man? It always does this to me. Wait a second. Hold on. Let's continue.
Unique culture and heritage. There are very, very distinct differences between Egyptian history and art and Nubian history. Okay, and you can see that in a lot of the art pieces. Afrocentrics are using the Kingdom of Kush as their main argument that Egyptians were black. The 25th dynasty land of Kushites, which is modern day Sudan. They were a Nubian empire and they invaded Egypt and they ruled over Egypt for 91 years. 747 BC, 646 BC.
The Nubian peoples are people who live in communities now.
Main argument that Egyptians.
Pay attention to those years, okay? That's important. Listen.
Were black. The 25th dynasty land of Kushites, which is modern day Sudan. They were a Nubian empire and they invaded Egypt and they ruled over Egypt for 91 years. 747 BC, 646 BC.
The Nubian peoples are people who live in communities now.
Yes.
And they have their tradition and custom, and they have their own language, and they living together, and they speak Arabic too, and they are now Egyptians. They have the same nationality.
Okay.
And in ancient times, they were another civilization and another land. And it was like a fighting between the Egyptian and the Nubian people for the land or for the Nile. But now they're Egyptian, they have the same
by nationality.
Nubia.
Okay, so you heard it from people over there. So now it's all going into the topic. So just kind of follow me here, family. And
for me, I just embrace
kind of low energy right now, man. I'm honestly, I'm tired, you know. But I wanted to do this class. I was planning on doing it Friday, but I think it's important. It connects with what I've been showing you guys. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to let the thought slip by. Okay, because there is definitely a connection. So now this young lady, Kemet Queen, I guess, the Arab conquest of Egypt, North Africa, plus Arab slave trade. Dark side of Arab history by a historian. I'm happy that she broke these things down. They put them in pieces. Kareem's background are North African Arabs, Arab slave trade. I may go this far, but this is the important part right here. Now, the recording or the audio is not the greatest, so I am going to have to caption it here. And just, oh man, hold on a second. I hate this. Stop. Just bear with it. You know what I'm saying? It's important what he says, because this gives history and understanding towards, or at least, and it brings the question towards a lot of people that claim that they ruled Europe and they were Jews, and now that they're in America. So that's really the question in hand right here, man. You know what I'm saying? So you said you ruled Europe. Now, this is also going to touch on that Sephardic dumb shit. So I'm going to blast about 3 people today, because I'm going to give you some fire. And you're going to find out that I don't F around here, man. You want to know who you are? Well, I'm going to let you know who you are. Okay? So let's begin. Let's get a little history about North Africa. And I will say that I guess you could say was slightly incorrect by labeling or saying Moors, and I wasn't emphasizing the fact that there were also a mixture. So I take a lot of that misunderstanding back, but I wasn't wrong with who they were, because we're going to prove it once more today. And there ain't nothing really you guys can do about that shit, because you're going to hear it from the horse's mouth. And I'm going to say something. When enemies get together for the wrong reasons, like, yeah, I don't like that guy. Yeah, I don't like that guy. Yeah, I don't like that guy. And they all get together. Eventually, those people, they have no love for each other. So they're going to backstab each other, right? This is what's going on right now. You're seeing a nation of people backstabbing themselves. Now, you got Khazarites where they're like, listen, we know who we are. We know we're Khazars. We know we're converts. But I know for a fact that those other ones, they're not Jews. So that's what we're going to test and talk about today. So let's get a little history on North Africa, and then we can move forward. All right, let's go. Let's see here real quick. Let me put myself on. You, bro, stop doing this, man. Come on. What the hell? All right, there you go. All right, gotta have a little problem with my mouse.
Difference between North Africans and Arabs. There is a lot of confusion in my comments. A lot of people are being like almost kind of racist and calling me an Arab, even though I don't have Arab ancestry, or just because I speak Arabic. And most North African countries, including the Black North African countries like Sudan, for example, they also were colonized by Arabs, and they also speak Arabic and have a majority of Muslims. But that does not mean that we are Arabs. So what do you think about that?
So to be honest, there are many different answers that we can answer to this question. I feel like one of the easiest ones to start with is to say that there is this idea, a lot of people tend to think that just because a country was colonized by the Muslim forces, that means they became Arab, which is very far from reality. I mean, Islam is just a religion. Just because somebody becomes Muslim does not mean that they become Arab, you see? And Islam started in the Arabian Peninsula. So yes, it is a religion that originated in Arabia, but
Please do not forget what this man is saying, okay? Please do not forget. This is important because we're going to read about it. If you follow, you're going to understand what I'm about to read to you, because I'm going to do a lot of reading. Okay? For you brothers that are here, I appreciate you guys for the support. You that are newbies, stick around. It may hurt your feelings. Let's go.
Because a country was colonized by the Muslim forces, that means they became Arab, which is very far from reality. I mean, Islam is just a religion. Just because somebody becomes Muslim does not mean that they become Arab, you see? And Islam started in the Arabian Peninsula. So yes, it is a religion that originated in Arabia, but it doesn't mean that if somebody becomes a Muslim, they become Arab. It's just a religion. And another thing is also that a lot of people tend to look at people of North Africa, like we were talking about before, and they look at people from the Middle East, and we tend to have similarities with our features as well. So they tend to think that North Africans are Arabs, or that Arabs are linked to North Africans. And for me, it is a gray zone, because I understand where people are coming from, but I feel like it's important to talk about the facts as well. Because when you talk about the history of North Africa, I mean, North Africa is one of the richest parts of the world in terms of history and heritage and legacy, all the way from the Amazigh and Berber kingdoms of Northwest Africa to the ancient Egyptian kingdoms as well. I mean, Egypt as a part of the world is a part of the world that has had so many different kingdoms and dynasties, that has had beautifully different elements of different cultures that have made what Egyptian identity is to be. But the thing is that when you look at North African people, when people call North Africans many times just Arab, I feel personally, I may be wrong, but I personally feel that it erases part of North African identity and history because of the fact that people tend to only look at when North African identity became linked to Arab identity. So personally, I have a lot of friends that are 100% North African, and there's a lot of division around this. So many tell me, no, we are Arab and nothing else. Others tell me, no, we are Amazigh, and others tell me, no, we're completely different. So I feel like even within the community, there is a lot of nuances as well. And in my opinion, I would say that it's interesting to see North African identity as a mixture of both, because you're acknowledging the rich history, you know what I mean, and embracing diversity more than saying, oh, this is this, this is that, you know, and pointing the finger at people and judging. So I feel like sometimes in the case of North Africa, which is a part of the world that has had such a complex history, it's interesting to embrace the diversity and understand why people think of North Africans as Arab and what makes people think that, you know what I mean?
Yes. Okay, so now there was also a lot of confusion about the Arab slave trade. So, so a lot of people in my comments are African American, and they know that some of their ancestry might have been involved in the Arab slave trade. So I think they want to learn about that. They want to learn about that history. So can you tell us about it? By the way, I have no idea about the Arab slave trade. I zero knowledge about it, honestly.
So I think one of the things that we first need to talk about is the fact that slavery is obviously one of the most horrible things that has ever happened to human history, regardless of wherever it happened. But the thing is that slavery was present around the world, in cultures everywhere, all the way from Central Asia, the Middle East, Africa to Europe, and all the way to the Americas. So the thing is that you can't say that one culture has been solely responsible for slavery, which is something that I hear a lot of people talk about. But yes, 100% there was the Arab slave trade, and it was one of the lengthiest slave trades in human history. It was also very gruesome. But the thing is that, just like we were talking about before, even ancient Egypt had slavery before the arrival of Islam. So the thing is that the component of religion didn't really play a crucial role in this sense. However, when the Arabs began spreading the religion of Islam to North Africa, when they began spreading the religion of Islam to different parts of the world, which became the Islamic world, we saw a revival of slavery, which is something that was very confusing for a lot of thinkers at the start, because the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, when he first started to promote the religion of Islam, some of the first people who were against him were his own people from the Qurayshi tribe, because of the fact that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he was actually from the poorest clan of the Qurayshi tribe, whereas many of his fellow leaders of the tribe, they were the wealthiest people. And many of these wealthy men, they were actually the men that were responsible for the slave trade. Many of them were settling slaves, and many of them were dealing in the slave trade. However, it's important as well to understand that at that time, slavery did not link itself to any geographical location. So when the Arabs were enslaving people, they were not just enslaving Africans. They were enslaving Europeans, they were enslaving Caucasian populations, and even Central Asians. I mean, there was a very big portion in human history, in the history of the Middle East, when some of the biggest communities of slaves were Eastern European, and they were known as the white slaves of Arabia. I mean, there was even a book that was
Okay, so I was going to stop here, but you know what? I was skipping when I first listened to this, and I quite frankly like where this is heading, because it's going to literally help us understand what I'm going to read to you guys, okay? Because in this channel, we're proving facts. We're not reading, like, you know, like stories and shit. Like I've always said, facts tell, stories sell. We don't sell stories here. We read facts. Let's go.
Exactly, and that's something that a lot of people don't know, because people racialize slavery. And that's the thing, when people racialize slavery, they completely remove the fact that blackness has nothing to do with slavery, nothing to do. But the issue is that people have racialized it. So when you look at the transatlantic slave trade, which is one of my areas of focus, and the Arab slave trade, one of the biggest things that we can say is that the Arab slave trade was economical, whereas the transatlantic trade that happened with the Europeans, when they took West Africans and brought them to the Americas, they racialized it.
Okay, now this is important because we know that they racialized that shit here. And we know that it wasn't just the white man that came here. We know it was people like them, Swati-er, lighter skin, blonde hair, and woolly as well. We understand the mixture now. So this is important, but aside from that point, we're just simply confirming that the so-called people that arrived to this continent, are they really Jews or are they converts? They claim to be. Now, the Bible says that there's two nations of people that will claim to be the Jews of the Bible, but are not.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
And I think today we're going to see and slice and dice that shit, because no matter whether you are a BHI, Negro only, Hispanic only, whatever, or Christian dumbass, you're going to hear it today how a lot of you guys are proselytes. Oh, it's going to hurt. Oh, that's going to hurt. Let's go.
So the Portuguese, they arrived in West Africa. And what happened is that they ended up seeing themselves as better than the African people that were living. And then you see, when you read the literature, you see how they started using words to offend people, racial words, you see? And that's how the slave trade became racialized. And that's how we see the emergence of these terms like white and black and all of these things that led to a lot of the racism and institutional racism that is present today in the Western world. However, in the Middle East, it was different because it did not start with African people. It started with mixed people. You had mixed communities. And a lot of people don't even know that Arabs were enslaving Arabs as well before they were enslaving other people.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. One of the things that we need to understand as well is that when you look at slavery in the Middle East, it's very similar as well to slavery in the African continent. Because in Africa, just like in the Middle East, I say that we are known for tribes, which we call in Arabic qaba'il. The idea of tribes is very important in Arab and African identity because tribes, just like ethnic groups, that's how identity comes about. However, the issue is that when different tribes go to war, many times when one tribe wins, the other tribe loses. So the tribe that wins will capture people from the tribe that lost, and they will turn these, what they call losers, into enslaved people. They will enslave them. And that's how slavery happened within the same race or ethnic group many times. That's how Arabs began enslaving other Arabs before Islam. When Islam arrived, Okay.
Sorry, I just have a small question. So would you say that slavery originated in the Arab world?
No. I feel like slavery was present everywhere because at the same.
Now, real quick, I'm going to show you the little history on the white gold, they called it. White gold, okay? Let's go.
Okay.
You think?
Yeah, so on to your next point.
I was reading a book a while back. It was called White Gold, and it was talking about the ways in which Muslim people from the Middle East and North Africa at a certain point in time enslaved over 1 million white Europeans. And many of them were brought to North Africa, especially to Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia, and they were enslaved. Many of them were converted to Islam, and then depending on the kingdom and society, they dealt with slaves differently because of the fact that when Islam spread from one place to another, then you had the different kingdoms. You had the Almohad, you had the Idrisids, you had the Fatimi Caliphate. So every caliphate had different rules and regulations.
Okay, so now that's a lot to absorb, but it literally does make sense, okay? It makes a lot of sense, and it's going to help us understand this book right here. So I have with you today the book called The Invention of the Jewish Nation or Jewish People. Now, a lot of you BHIs and Negro onlys and shit, y'all love to bring this out. Hey, look at the Khazars. You guys aren't the real Jews. Yeah, kiss my boots. White slave. That's what they say. And you know, they never, I don't know, maybe they do, but it blows my mind that they skip a lot of shit. So I invite you guys to read this book, but focus, I guess you could say, on from 200 or 199 to 250. Okay, that's kind of what we're going to look at today. We're going to read a lot. Well, I'm going to read a lot, but wow, like I was saying earlier, you know, when enemies end up trying to get their team up to fight one particular nation of people or one particular person, eventually, when they, let's say, they do overcome that individual or that nation, eventually they will turn on each other. And this is what we're seeing. Identity politics and pretty much saying, listen, I know we ain't Jews, but I know for sure they ain't Jews either. So let me show you something real quick. And I want to start here. Here. Where's that white boy with curly hair at? With his white mama. With his white mama. Boy, if you only knew how African you were. It's pity, man. I pity you all. Bro, I pity you guys, bro. You should have never came. Should have never tried to claim this. And I know this is going to hurt people's feelings. And I know a lot, and you know what? I can tell now that people watch this channel because they're either looking for me to make a mistake, y'all hate the shit out of it, or some of y'all are interested. So let's begin on page 147, and then we're going to go back to page 199, and we're going to kind of cover real quick, okay? So stay with me, please. You're going to like this particular subject right here, right here. We're going to slice and dice these Canaanites and these Khazarians, man, because I'm tired of that shit. I'm tired of this stupidity. Y'all don't even know who the hell you are, and you're trying to steal nationalities that really you don't even, like, literally, like, you. I mean, I could understand you trying to be Hebrews, whatever, bro. But now y'all saying the Mexicans, bro. Seriously?
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Let's go. Like the absence of costly archaeological exploration in southern Russia and in Ukraine. Remember this and listen. Like the absence of costly archaeological explorations, you mean like that's missing. Costly archaeological, you meaning like tools in order to find out history of these certain things, right? In southern Russia and in the Ukraine. 2 locations to uncover the remains of Khazaria. So here it says absence of costly archaeological explorations, meaning like nobody really cared to find out who these guys are. The absence of sociological, linguistic, and ethnographic studies about the long-standing ways of life in the townlets of Poland and Lithuania. Work of initiative historical research, not mere folklore, is no accident. I'm gonna explain it to you. It's saying, well, listen, like the fact that there's really not a lot of information about Khazaria in Ukraine having to do with Khazaria, whether sociological, linguistic, or ethnographic, it's really not by mere accident. No one, and listen, this goes to you Canaanites and Khazarians, man. You so-called Hebrews that claim you gotta have woolly hair in order for you to be one. I'm gonna embarrass your ass today. Because UKs are also, man, and the way that you guys are both moving is so fucking phenomenally evil. I mean, evil. It's like, y'all are wicked as hell. Now, I don't know why there's Revelation 2:9 and 3:9. Because check this out. No one wants to go looking under stones when venomous scorpions might be lurking beneath them. You see, when you know you got like, and we say, you know, in Spanish, tienes trapos sucios and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got a skeleton in your closet. No one wants to go looking under stones when venomous poison scorpions might be lurking beneath them, wanting to attack the self-image of the existing ethnos, meaning ethnicity. Wow. See, it says here that nobody, specifically people that have this self-image, this fake identity, like they don't want you to lift up their stones. Neither do they want to lift up their stones. That's why they come like culomiados and all that shit, showing us a bunch of dumb pictures of like, I don't know, look at me. I kind of look like this and I kind of look like that. No, wanting to attack the self-image of existing ethnos and its territorial ambition. You see, what exactly do the so-called African Americans that are claiming to be Moors now, or are claiming to be of the original lands, what are they doing for existing ethnicity and territorial ambition? What are the Khazars doing in Palestine right now? For the same damn thing. The writings of national history is not seriously meant to uncover past civilizations, which is why here in America, we used to think the history that they taught us was exactly it. The white man came, didn't know, didn't see, was blind, was hopeless, I don't know what the hell else, and all of a sudden there was an enlightenment and they came to civilize and gave us religion. But as we unveil or pull the curtains and we start going into this identity, we start lurking under stones because we're not afraid of no venomous scorpions. We have nothing to hide. Unlike them who have this self-image, this existing ethnos based on territorial ambition, because that's what we see Are we not saying the Aboriginal whatevers, or what are they called? Supposedly the people here with what's his name, Tariq, whatever, Nasheed. Don't we got that Hotep-looking white dude with woolly hair? You know what I'm saying? Like, we got confused people. Let me continue. Writings of national history is not seriously meant to uncover past civilizations. That's why they gave us this beautiful white story. Oh, it was so nice. And then you find out, like, wait a minute, hold on. Black people helped you out. Well, dark-skinned people. Which, by the way, I want to remind you that here they say in the video we saw earlier that it was Portugal who technically started the racism. And didn't I show y'all that Portuguese were swarte? Didn't, what's his name, Arvin Sertima, in his own book, like, literally degrade the way white people were? That's how y'all started this racism. Dark-skinned people started racism. Gotcha, bitch. Now, it says here, its principal aim, meaning in regards to the current civilization, thus far has been the construction of a meta-identity and the political consolidation of the present. This is why I call this class for what it was, metamorphosis, because we see a meta-identity at work. So let me continue. History deals with books, not the things a patriotic scholar might argue. Oof. That's why y'all don't like me. And this is why nobody hits the link, because I use material that you guys can't prove. It's nothing emotional. I got no feelings about it. Either you are or you're not. You either pregnant or you're not pregnant. You either a Hebrew or you ain't a Hebrew. It's very simple. It's not complicated. Having spent his or her entire life interpreting religious, governmental, and ideological texts produced in the past by a paper-thin elite. Boom. This is why you have to understand that in 1900, a particular person who was a president of, I think, of Princeton, rewrote American history. Look it up. President of Princeton. The president of Princeton, I believe, and he was also president of America in the 1900s. Can't remember his name. He created this paper-thin elite. This is true where the traditional study of the past is concerned. This is why when I tell you that black people had it good in the past, and only for like a few years, you really see this whole Jim Crow shit. Because prior to that, when do they complain? And I'm not trying to hate. Those are just facts. You want to say that we're not of these lands? Well, I'm peeling your view. And quite frankly, I see a lot of shit. Having spent his entire life the religious and ideological texts produced in the past by a paper-thin elite, this is true where the traditional study of the past is concerned. But the advent of anthropological history began slowly but surely to corrode the simplistic Zionistic meta-history. So now we're getting to see something here. Some of these people are creating this self-image, aren't they? Sometimes it seems that most of the scholars who have specialized in history of the people of Israel have yet to hear about this strange new form of historiography, a deep exploration of the ways of life and communication in the past Jewish communities might further expose a wicked little fact that the further we move from religious norms, the more we focus our research on diverse daily practices, the more we discover that there never was a secular ethnographic common denominator between the Jewish believer in Asia, Africa, and Europe. World Jewry had always been a major religious culture. Though consisting of various elements, it was not a strange, wandering nation. Let's continue. There is a good deal of irony in the fact that people who adopted the religion of Moses have been living between the Volga and the Don rivers before the arrival there of the Russians and Ukrainians, just as Judaizers have been living in Gaul before it was invaded by Frankish tribes. So too, in North Africa, where Punics converted to Judaism before the arrival of Arabs, and in the Iberian Peninsula, where a Judaic culture flourished and struck root before the Christian Reconquista, which is basically in 1400, around 1200. In contrast to the image of the past, that Christian geophobes began to promote and that modern anti-Semites echoed. There had never been in all history a cursed nation race that was driven out of the Holy Land for killing the divine Messiah, and that settled uninvited among other nations, they called it. That says, check this out. We're almost done with this section. The offspring of the Judaizers around the Mediterranean and in Adibain before and after the Common Era, the descendants of the Hymairs, the Berbers, and the Khazars were linked by the Jewish monotheism that bridged the diverse linguistic cultural group that arose in far-flung lands and followed different historical paths. Many abandoned Judaism. Others clung to it stubbornly and succeeded in carrying it to the threshold of a secular age, like today. Is Hymaier, Berber, and Khazar time lost beyond recovery? Is there no chance that a new historiography would invite those ancient Jews who have been forgotten by their descendants to reappear in the legitimate sphere of public memory? Check this out. The construction of a new body of knowledge always bears a direct connection with the national ideology in which it operates. You see this? The construction of a new body of knowledge always bears a direct connection with the national ideology in which it operates. You see what it's talking about? It says here, this can happen when the current collective identity begins to be taken for granted and cease to be something that is anxiously and now nostalgically cling to a mythical past. When identity becomes the basis for living and not its purpose, that is when the historiographic change can take place. For now, it is difficult to predict whether the Israeli politics of identity will permit, in the early 21st century, the emergence of fresh paradigms for the investigation of the origins and the history of Jewish faith communities. Basically, in a nutshell, saying you have a lot to doubt, especially you guys that have a nation of people really supporting your shit. You have Islam pushing the agenda as well. BHIs and Christianity for the Khazar. We see it in action. Now, here, when we see what he's talking about, like this part here, no one wants to go looking under the stones when venomous scorpions might be lurking beneath them, wanting to attack the self-image of an existing ethnos and its territorial ambitions. Check this out. The writings of national history is not seriously meant to uncover past civilizations. Its principal aim thus far has been the construction of a meta-identity and the political consolidation of the present. So this is why this guy said what he said. Now,
are you familiar with the Khazar theory? There's a theory, it's widely accepted as anti-Semitic, that Ashkenazi Jews come from the Khazars and they're not Levantine. But DNA tests.
It's not anti-Semitic. It's a question of fact. So Shlomo Son, for example, has argued that, I think probably exaggerated, but it's simply a question of fact. If my ancestors from the Ukraine have Khazar roots, changes nothing. I'm Jewish. My grandfather was Jewish. My family happens to have a story saying that.
See, and he says it means nothing because technically it's the principal aim thus far has been the construction of a meta entity. This is what we've been taught by the paper-thin elitists, that they're the real Jews of the Bible, right? So this is why Noam Chomsky says what he says. I don't give a shit if you guys believe that I'm a Khazar, and if I am a Khazar, it don't matter. Because of my meta-entity and because of your meta-entity. You see, in today's standards, he's a Jew and I'm a Mexican, no matter what the fuck I show you. Let's go.
We're descended from the Baal Shem Tov. Okay, that's part of the culture. Doesn't matter what the DNA shows. We live, this is a point that Ahad Ha'am made over a century ago in his lectures on the two Moseses. He says, yes, there's a Moses of history, who may have existed, may not have existed. There's a Moses of culture, and that exists as a cultural phenomenon. And it's the cultural phenomenon within our cultural tradition, whoever Moses might have been, if he even existed. Yes, that's true. We live in a world of cultural traditions. Makes no difference what the DNA says. So, okay, if the DNA says we're not descended from the Baal Shem Tov, hence back to King David, but we're descended from somebody in the Caucasus, makes absolutely no difference to our identity. We should stop this silly game altogether. It's maybe of some scholarly historical interest, but of no significance for the modern world. The modern world is the cultural entities that we're part of, okay? Social and cultural entities. And so we should throw all that aside. They can play with it in biology labs in Israel where they're intent on showing something absurd. But we live in this world with its own cultural, social, political structures. And in this world, I'm Jewish, no matter what the DNA shows.
So this is why the invention of the Jewish people makes a lot of sense. It says here, like the absence of it, right, regarding Russia, Ukraine, its connection with Khazaria, the absence of sociological, linguistic, and ethnographic studies, right? It's because of a purpose. Now, these guys don't want to be looking beneath and saying who they are, because this is a self-image that they've created for territorial ambitions, obviously. The writings of national history, which is what we know of, not anymore, believe in, but know of, was meant not to uncover real past, but it was really more for the construction of an identity, like he says, and political consolidation present. So regarding the actual books that we're reading, I'm paraphrasing this for you guys so you can understand. All these scholars that we talk about, they argue based on religious, governmental, and ideological texts that they're limited to because it's produced by the elitists. So us that are actually true into what we're trying to study, we're not concerned with that. This is why slowly but surely we corrode the simplistic Zionist meta histories. Not only that, Canaanite ones too. You should have stayed in your lane. Shouldn't have fucked around with this shit. Now you're gonna end up losing. There's nothing y'all can do to prove me wrong. I invite any camp to come and hit the link and prove to me, based on history and based on the Bible, that this is who you are. Because I know that this is not who you are. And I'm going to continue to prove it. This is on page 199, and we're going to go through real quick and then see what we do. Phoenicians and Berbers, the mysterious queen Kahina. So it says, Colomiados, hope you're listening, dumbass. Sure, you probably will. I know you're learning your shit from somebody. You're not smart enough to gather all that info. Somebody's putting it together for you. The Hamorites are not the only ones who have vanished from historical memory of Israel. The origin of their fellow Jews in North Africa have been similarly suppressed, if, according to national mythology, the Jews of Yemen are the descendants of King Solomon's courtier, or at least of the Babylonian exiles. The Jews of Maghreb are likewise supposed to be descendants of the first temples, exiles, or of the Jews of the European Spain. You see this? Let me read this again. The Jews of Maghreb are likewise supposed to be descendants of the first temple exiles or of the Jews of European Spain, a supposedly higher lineage. The latter are also described as having been exiled to the western end of the Mediterranean from the desolate kingdom of Judah, after all. Let's see. The present chapter above, reference to the spread of Judaism. Listen to this. The present chapter above referred to the spread of Judaism to North Africa. Okay, that's called proselyting. That doesn't mean that they are actually Jews, dumbasses. And the great uprising against Rome between 115 and 117 CE. A Jewish Hellenistic, king named Lucas arose in the course of this large-scale Messianic anti-pagan revolt and temporarily seized the province of Cyrenaica in the east of today's Libya. His ferociously swift conquest took him as far as Alexandria in Egypt. Evidence shows that this fiery religious revolt was especially vicious, like future monotheistic conflicts, and that was put down in the iron hand by the Roman armies. Let's continue. The suspicious so-called Mr. Poo-Poo Pants, Kazarite bastards, pedals. Anyways, who lived in the Holy Land in the 3rd century CE, was concerned about the proselyting in North Africa. Oh no, you see, yeah, we ruled Europe, and you know what I'm saying, and we was Jews, And the Jewish Jerusalem Talmud quotes him asking, the proselytes coming from Libya, should they have to wait 3 generations? And he continues, from Tyre to Carthage, people know the Israelites and their Father in heaven. And westward from Tyre and eastward from Carthage, people do not know the Israelites and their Father in heaven. It says here, the successful spread, let's continue with page 200. The successful spread of Judaism in Maghreb was probably due to the presence of a Phoenician population in the region. Phoenician. I've done classes on this topic. Y'all didn't believe me, did you? You didn't want to hear me. No, Ezekiel 28 already passed. Although Carthage was destroyed back in the 2nd century, not all of it, BCE, not all of its inhabitants perished. Listen, although Carthage was destroyed, the people there didn't all perish. The city was rebuilt and was soon an important commercial port once more. Where then did all the Punics, the African Phoenicians, who populated the coastline, go? Several historians, notably the French Marcel Simon, have suggested that a large number of them became Jews.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
According to the distinctive strength of Judaism throughout Africa, let me repeat that again, suggested that a large number of them became Jews.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Oh, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah, King James was that Jew, I'm going to show you something by him too. He was a Saracen North African. Oh my dear God.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
It is beyond reason to assume that the close resemblance of the language of the Old Testament to ancient Phoenician, was as well as the fact that some of the Punics were circumcised, helped to promote mass conversion to Judaism. Man, come on, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Are you serious? We're seeing a lot of proselyting. North Africa was one of the outstanding successes in the history of proselytization in the Mediterranean region. Although in the 3rd and 4th century CE, as noted in previous chapters, the rate of conversion to Judaism slowed down in in Egypt, Asia Minor, Greece, and Italy, in the heart of ancient Western civilization. Damn. So here we keep seeing that so-called North African people, whether you still want to claim yourself to be them, were converts. Even in that time. Now we're seeing also here a mixture of people. This is why Wobbles want to kind of get away from those so-called black people that they look like over there. Because you see, they were listening to my shit. Because it doesn't make sense to them. If you guys were supposedly the Jews and the white men enslaved you, Deuteronomy 28:49 absolutely makes no sense. Because it says the Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flies. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. Holy shit.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Now, what's even more amazing is that when you read verse 64, forget this part here because, oh yeah, we were scared on ships. Shut your ass up. And there, this is verse 68, and there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. And then you go down to verse 36, and it's even more amazing, because here it says, first of all, the Lord shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee. I don't remember that. So you got to go wobble on this shit now. Unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. And there thou shalt serve other gods, wood and stone. But here we're seeing that there was quite a relationship between Africans and Europeans. But let's continue. Let's continue. In North Africa, as elsewhere, many of the Judaizers, remain in a state of semi-conversion. Huh? Okay. Or they would later be known heaven worshippers. Huh. The New Testament mentions God-fearers, Jews, proselytes coming to Jerusalem from the past Libya, Acts 2:10. Two of the leading thinkers of early Christianity, Tertullian and later Augustine, were born in Africa. How the... So now as you start peeling the view, when you try to bring history with the Bible, it makes no sense. You guys have completely tripped over your own shit. You walking around with shit in your pants. BHI, FOPI, you know what I'm saying? IUIC, what's his name? ISUPK, Sakari, whoever they are now. GMS, all you dumbasses. You're walking around with shit in your pants. Then it says here, the former was especially concerned about the strength of Judaism in the native city of Carthage. Why? Because why? High extensive knowledge of the Old Testament, of course, and Jewish tradition indicates the strength of local Jewish religious culture. Watch this. This sharp attack against proselytes also testifies to the popular apparel of this movement. He sought to explain the success of Judaism in contrast to that of the persecuted Christianity by noting that it was the legal religion to the Roman law, hence easier to adopt. He shows respect for the Jews, especially the Jewish women, for their modesty, but fiercely attacked the Judaizers, arguing that they adopted the Jewish religion out of convenience because on the Holy Sabbath, they could avoid all work. I could see that. Augustine criticized them as heaven worshippers, somewhat of a Jewish Christian sect, kind of like what we read here. Then it says, in his work, Instructions, Commodus attacked the numerous proselytes and mocked their changing of religions and the blatant inconsistency of their worship. You know, you got Hebrews, supposedly black 12 tribe chart Hebrew ex-believers that are now wannabe our people, wannabe native West Africans wearing feathers and shit that used to teach the Bible at a 12 tribe chart camp. Make that shit make sense. Let's continue with this proselytizing. The advanced church was temporarily halted by the Vandal conquest. These Germanic tribes from Europe dominated North Africa between 430 and 533 CE. So now we are seeing why there's such a mixture. So you white folks and black folks that are here in America, that's why you claim American, because you don't even know who the fuck you are. And it's funny that you tell people, go back to your country, you racist dumbasses. There is next to no information about the situation of North Africa's Jews during the Vandal century. What the fuck happened to y'all? But it is known that relations between the Aryans and the Jewish believers were much better between them. Okay, let's continue. It is quite likely that following the conquest, some of the coastal Jews, those former Punic converts, fled inland, and others moved further west. Here began the amazing story of a new wave of Judaization. Check this out here. The Ibn Khaldun, great 14th century Arab historian, wrote, possibly some of the Berbers practiced Judaism. Remember, we saw the gentleman and the young lady doing the video, and they were actually talking about this thing, right? Who were the Berbers? He mentioned the Berbers, North Africans. He was talking about all that shit right there. Come on, bro. Don't let it pass you by, which they had received from their powerful Israelite neighbors in Syria. Then it says, among the Jewish Berbers were the Juraya who annihilated, or I can't even say that, the tribe of Kahina, who was killed by the Arabs in the first conquest. Other Jewish tribes were the Nefoka of the African Berbers. And we're going to see who that person is related to, that tribe, particular tribe here. is the guy that helped conquer Spain in 711. He was a proselyte. You see, the people that went and conquered Europe, they were not Jews. You see, these so-called Sephardic people, they were not real Jews. Do you guys understand where you took your faith to? You see what happens when you take a drink of dirty water? You see what happens when you don't study and repent sincerely? Idris, the first of the Beni Halan, wiped out the traces. Okay, he said he wiped out the traces of those people. Check this out. The same guy apparently assumed that at least some of the Berbers, North Africa's longtime inhabitants, were descendants of the ancient Phoenicians or some other Canaanite population that originated in the vicinity of Syria and converted to Judaism. Oh man, come on. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Elsewhere, he even speaks of the Himyarite origin of some of the Berbers. The Judaized tribes he lists were large and powerful and spread across North Africa. You see this? Many cultural practices, not only the amulets common among Berbers, are also found in religious rites of Jewish North Africa. That's why we see a lot of mixture here. Were the Judaized Berbers, as well as their proselyte Punic predecessors, and a handful of immigrant Judeans, the ancestors of the Jews of North Africa? So look, he says a handful. Yeah, maybe. I'll give you that. But it's saying that the majority of you so-called that, hey, listen, BHIs, right? IUIC, y'all claim that you ruled Europe. Well, now you fucking better own it. Now you better own this shit. All the raping and murdering that you say you ruled Europe. Oh, so all of a sudden, like you didn't come and do this shit over here? Now you guys realize that the people that were kicked out of Spain were not Europeans. This is, something to think about. We're reading here right now that these people were never Europeans. You see what I'm saying? So when Europe took back Europe, the people that left Europe were not Europeans. I need you to really make that make sense to you. Because why do you think they're here, and why do you think they did what they did and the way they did it? Now with the understanding that we're seeing, we see that there's a bunch of people who are not the real Jews of the Bible, knew who the real Jews of the Bible were here in America, and did everything possible, like Psalms 83, to get rid of that name. Now you see them, two nations, black and white, fighting to be Jews. Once again, moreover, to what extent did this great wave of Berber Judaization augment the number of Jews in Spain during and after the conquest by Arabs? You see this? So it puts question in the use of Sephardic Jews too. This leader of Judaized Berbers was believed to be a necromancer. Hence her title, Kahina. Do you guys know what a necromancer is? Hold on a second. Necromancer. Bam. Sorry, man. Spelling. It means a practice of communicating with the dead for divination of purpose. That's why the Bible talked about the tree of good and evil. Wasn't talking about nothing else but being able to have a knowledge and control of the spirits, you dumbasses. That's a deep story. Deep class on that one. I'll do it soon. It says here, probably of the Punic or Arabic origin. Right? So it's talking about this girl. Now, I'm going to tell you something. You know, Colombianos, how he's like glorified that story about Califas and shit? That's where they get the story from. A powerful woman who defends herself like in a black land or some shit, or Negro island or some shit like that. Something to that effect. That's where they get it from. Colombianos, you're a joke, bro. You're a joke. But it's all good, man. It's all good. You can keep fooling those fools. You are a very useful idiot. Please continue to do your job. Nahum Schultz, a diligent Zionist historian of North Africa's Jews who completed his doctoral thesis in Paris, was the first to install Kahina in the modern Jewish memory. Here's where we see infiltration, the meta-identity that we're talking about, the metamorphosis, so to speak. He argued that North Africa was settled by a large number of Jews who came from Jerusalem. But we see here that that's not true, right? From going back to the history. And was ruled by them for a long time by the arrival of Muslims. To his mind, Kahina, the warrior queen, could not have been a more could not have been a mere proselyte Berber. She had to have been a Jew by race. Why? Because it was fascinating. Her story was fascinating. Now, family, don't we have people here that come to this channel and say, we're the greatest people on the planet of the earth. We're the fastest. We're the strongest. Here we see the same spirit speaking. Then it says, Schultz could tell that Kahina was good looking and strong. And she was said to be handsome as a horse and powerful as a wrestler. Now, I don't even know how to wrap my mind around that. Handsome as a horse. She indulged in carnal love with the passion of her fiery youth and was married 3 times. The problem was that these husbands were not Jews for her tribe, and it is known that one of them was a Berber and the other a Greek, namely a Byzantine. Would a kosher Jewess have married uncircumcised Gentile? So he's believing this shit. But this guy's saying, bro, this girl was a hoe. And she wouldn't have been, if she was a Jew, she wouldn't be doing that. I'm telling you, this is kind of crazy. Look, in this way, Schultz could remain an ethnocentric Zionist, asserting that the legendary Amazon and her priest were of the right race. You see this right here? Now let's go up a little bit. Where is it at? Nah, that's not it. Well, admitting, let's see, that the other Berber, oh, see, there it goes right here. Check it out. So he, in a way, is asserting that the legendary Amazon and her priest were of the right race, but at the same time, while admitting that the other Berber tribes were generally proselytes. So you can pick and choose. It's kind of like BHI says, oh, he's a Jake. But if you're a Hispanic, oh, you're a conquistador. It's not the same rules. It's only based on how they feel. He was convinced that syncretism and a flexible religious policy had helped propagate Judaism and make it a popular religion before the arrival of Islam. You see this right here. Then he goes in. This is another guy, by the way. Let's continue. Hirschberg, a far more cautious and reliable historian than Schultz, was the second scholar to deal with the Judaized Berbers and their queen Kahina. He writes, the obscurity of the history of most of the communities of the interior in the first half of the second millennium of CE proves a certain background for the thesis that the great majority of Maghreb Jews are of Berber stock. This thesis was enunciated in various travel books and adopted in modern historical writings without anybody giving it a thorough scrutiny. The position with regards to the sources is different here than in the case of the Himayar Judaizers in South Arabia or the Khazars on the banks of the Volga. Here, both get cut. We know that the great majority of the former adopted Islam in the days of Muhammad, and that only Jews of Jewish stock were left in South Arabia. And it is also well known that the Khazar Judaizers have completely disappeared. It is to be supposed that precisely the Berbers of North Africa remain loyal to Judaism, especially as the evidence of their Judaization is extremely flimsy. Damn, bro. Whew, my God. So here he says, having demolished the possibility of a historical connection between the Jews of Yemen and the Hamyaric kingdom and declared its absence to be established fact, Hirschberg felt obligated to clarify the origin of Jews of North Africa. It says, a thorough pandemic scholar, he did not want to overlook uncomfortable historical passages that was of his colleagues dismissed out of hand. Certain older Arab historians had described the Berber tribes' conversion to Judaism, and their having neither approved nor approved made their description more trustworthy. And since, as he knew, Jews never stopped to convert others, it must have been the presence of Jewish communities in the Berber lands that led some of the inhabitants to adopt Judaism. So now we're seeing that these conversos, fake Jews, meaning Jews in name, not by actual lineage of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, they influence other people. Okay? He says that a majority, he asserted that these proselytes were a tiny minority of the Jewish population, right? More, and then he says here, the Berber language left little trace in written Judeo-Arabic culture, and the Old Testament was never translated into Berber. The fact that the Jews adopted Arabic very quickly after the Muslim conquest, whereas the Berbers put up stronger resistance to the linguistic acculturation, proves that the former were not of Berber origin. So meaning that these first people were not, but these other ones were. And story says, and they emphasize, quite frankly, family, that they came from the north, went Europe, and then they left Europe and went to the north of Africa. They came from the north of Africa, went to Europe, conquered, ruled as Jews, right, and Moors, and then left Europe and went to North Africa. That's what IUIC teaches. And then you got the Wobbles that say they came here. Oh, I'm sorry. Then you got the Wobbles that say that they're originally here, but then some of them came here too. Makes no sense. Then it says here, let's go continue. Then it makes fun of her. Let's see. Here's Hirschberg knew, of course, that the Berbers' culture was largely an oral tradition, and consequently, no trace of it are to be found in the Arabic literature or language of North Africa. He knew that there were many names, family appellations, superstitions, and customs common to Jewish believers and Muslim Berbers. For example, the custom of splashing passers-by with water at Pentecost was both Jewish and Berber. You see this right here? The customs. Some people were called Cohens, but none of them had there were not a single was Levi, which could indicate collective conversion. Let me read that. In many Jewish communities, the family name Cohen did not appear at all, while in others, almost all members of the congregation were called Cohen, but had not a single Levi, which could have indicate collective conversions. Moreover, some Islamized Berber tribes had retained certain Jewish customs, such as not lighting fire on the Sabbath. You see this right here. You see what we're talking about. You see what we're talking about. Ancient Christianity disappeared completely from North Africa, but Judaism persisted through the ages. Indeed, not only the Christian Berbers became Muslims, so did the proselytized Berbers. Only the Jews of the seed of Abraham remain. We can have a book that says, supposedly, you can look that up, 32, Judaized Berbers in North Africa. His inability to rise above the purifying essentiality ideology that guided his research damaged his work. Oh, this is interesting. His inability to rise above the purifying essentialist ideology that guided all his research damaged his work. Okay? Oh, let me read this. Hold on. Let me go back. So firm was Hirschberg's conviction that he forgot his ethno-religious belief that the Arabs, too, had descended from great patriarch. But this typical slip is marginal. His constant effort to prove that the Jews were a nation race that had been torn from its ancient homeland and gone into a wandering exile was far more significant. And as we have seen thus far, it met the imperative of mainstream Zionist historiography. His inability to rise above the purifying essentialist ideology that guided all his research damaged his work. And it was this fault that constituted the scientific source in support of the common position in the standard history textbooks of the Israeli educational system, meaning he went against their belief. Because he's confirming a lot of these so-called Sephardic Jews were never Jews in the first place. They were just Judaized ones, converts and shit. That's why the New Voyage of Italy, written in 1739, says He went around Europe trying to see if these guys were Jews. They were black and white, by the way, dark skin and light skin. And no, they could prove nothing. He's like, what do the ancestors know that we don't know? Like, what secret source? He's like, on the contrary, I tell you, get away from these people, man. They're racist and stupid. They're so racist, they're gonna like, what was that? YouTube blocked my notifications. I would have to opt out to watch it again. What? For real? That's crazy. That's weird. I don't know why they're doing it. Maybe they don't like it. They don't like truth. Then it says here, check this out. But while the last Christian community of the Berber survived, only the 12th century Judaism in North Africa retained the loyalty of the proselytes down to its own today. Listen, the communities of the Berber survived only to the 12th century. Judaism in North Africa retained the loyalty of its proselytes down to our own day. You see this? So they embrace the fact that they're not real Jews, but, you know, based on the meta entity, it's important to embrace them. In the middle of the 20th century, as an estimated 1/2 of the Jews of North Africa are descendants of the Berber converts.
Oh, that's gotta hurt!
Let me read that again. In the middle of the 12th century, an estimated 1/2 of the Jews of North Africa are descendants of Berber converts. Nate the Snake, dumbass Roberts, your leader from IUIC. This is what he's teaching you. They are Africans claiming to be Jews. They are literally the ones that are like Revelation 2:9 and 3:9. Like, it's right here in our face. Sharaki had no more data for estimating the proportion of Berber descendants in the Maghreb Jewish community than had Hirschberg. They could equally have well spoken of 9% of 99%. You see this? His book was first published in French in 1950. And it clearly sought to align itself with the French scholar of Maghreb. At the time, it was difficult to refute the widespread view of ancient Judaism as a strongly proselyting religion. You see that at this time, 1950, people knew they were converts. Wow. At that time, it was difficult to refute the widespread view of ancient Judaism as a strong proselyting religion. In the books, later Hebrew readers were offered a version far less ethnocentric and more reasonable on the origins of the Jews of North Africa. The book highlights Jewish efforts to proselytize the Punic and does not hesitate to link this glowing influence throughout the region with a mass Judaization of the Berbers. Damn, at that time, look at that. Isaiah, wait, hold on a second. So IUIC, ISUPK, GMS, all you dumbasses who claim to be that you are the Jews that ruled Europe, you're literally calling your true heritage. And I said it. Yeah, you guys are. Light skin, dark skin, it don't matter. You ain't the Jews. That's what matters. The book highlights Jewish efforts to proselytize the Punics, the African Phoenicians, and does not hesitate to link this growing influence throughout the region with the mass Judaization of the Berbers. Now you understand why when people that do not belong to the book can literally create a bunch of religions and concepts and theologies and turn it around. Why do you think Jubilees 10:28 literally identifies who they are? The Canaanites were never supposed to be in that land. They were rebellious people, seditious as hell, and still acting as who they are today, stealing a nationality that don't belong to them. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Let's see. The final battles of the Jewish people before modern times were not those against Rome and the lands of Israel first century, but rather in the 7th century against the Arabs in Africa. Check this out. As well as we see further on, Cherokee's national passion misled him a little. These were not the last battles of Jewish people against Arabs before the 20th century. Here we go, Khazars. The Khazars, just before their mass conversion to Judaism. So first we see the so-called the so-called Africans who claim to be Jews and are actually proselytes. And now we're seeing the so-called Khazars who claim to be Jews, but are also proselytes. This is why I called the class what I did. The metamorphosis of the Khazarian and Blackmore. Yes. Y'all want to be Jews? Sure. You could be Jews. But you're not really Jews. If you were, it wouldn't bother me. But before we proceed to this Eastern Fairway Jews, the Volga and Don rivers being Eastern Maghreb, it is necessary to mention the significant support for the view of the Maghreb. Jews as descendants of Judea. Let me see. It is necessary to mention the significant support for the views of the Maghreb. Okay? Jews as descendants of Judaized Berbers and Judaized, I can't say it right, Judaized Berbers and Judaized Arabs who accompanied the armies of Islam. It comes from the field of philology. So what does philology mean? Philology means study of language. So they can tell by the linguistic ways. Now check this out. So you claim to be Sephardic, dirty water, Spanish Jewry. But since the history of this community became involved at the early stage with that of North Africa, he was able to shed new light on the issue. His book, The Non-Jewish Origins of Sephardic Jews, argues that the Sephardic Jews are primarily descendants of Arabs, Berbers, and Europeans who converted to Judaism in the period between the rise of the first Jewish communities in Western Asia, North Africa, and Southern Europe in the 12th century.
That's gonna hurt!
Hey, dirty water. There may, of course, have been some descendants of Judeans in this community, but they must have been a tiny minority. So you call yourself a Sephardic Jew, Ak? He's your people, Ak? He's an African, Ak? I don't care. Don't bother me, man. It's just silly how you guys really think you know and you think you study and you don't know shit. And now you're getting embarrassed. You're getting skillfully embarrassed. The sad lack of historical testimony about the early formation of Jewish groups in the Iberian Peninsula, Wexler argues, forces us to rely on the evolution of their language. As a philological archaeologist, Westphally skillfully traced linguistic vestige found in the text of the languages that are still in use today, and concluded that the origin of the Sephardic Jews were extremely heterogeneous and hardly Judean.
Fuck that puto! Fuck that puto!
Most came to Europe from North Africa with the Muslim conquest in the early 8th century CE. The trace of Judeo-Arabic from the Maghreb, as well as the Berber customs, can be found in Judeo-Iberian language and culture. And if the Arab language was the decisive factor from the linguistic viewpoints, in cultural, religious, and demographic terms, the Berber presence was the most significant. Once again, Sephardic Jews are not our people. Stop with that bullshit, dumbass dirty water. I know that you go on channels and go and claim that shit, and you got these dumbass so-called West Africans who claim to be natives, who laugh at your stupid ass because you sound really dumb. And here we're seeing how dumb you really are. But if you are an African, by all means, please be one. Don't say you're speaking for us when you don't know shit. Furthermore, and this may be Wexler's most important discovery. I'm sorry, no, I already read that. Well, let's see. There was particular. Oh, no. Furthermore, and this may be Wexler's most important discovery, Hebrew and Aramaic made their appearance in Jewish texts only in the 10th century CE, and were not a product of an early autochthonous linguistic development. What the hell does that mean? Indigenous rather than descendants. Okay. So not the product of earlier indigenous linguistic development. This means that the exiles or immigrants from Judea had not settled in Spain in the 1st century CE or introduced their original language. Oh my dear Jesus.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1.
What was that? Round tables? Wasn't the round table saying that, and we, the Sephardics went over in Europe and they were there in the Roman times and they were people, and oh my God, and look at Obadiah 1 and 20. That's fucking dumb. This is why this is the problem with our people, bro. If you see somebody that looks like you, y'all don't respect them. And if he's somewhat smart, you guys hate on that shit. You don't believe it. Or if some of us have some issues sometimes, like, children that are really halfway dying and shit, and we can't talk, y'all get offended. That's some sad shit, man. Your own people are worse. Shit, other nations have more patience. During the 1st millennium CE, Jewish believers in Europe knew no Hebrew or Aramaic. You see this? Only after the religious canonization of classical Arabic and Muslim world, with the medieval Latin and Christendom, did Judaism adopt and propagate in its own religious language as high culture code. Wechsler's theory might explain the great conundrum in the history textbooks in Israel. The authorized scholars have failed to prove a reasonable explanation for the existence of such a large Jewish community in Spain. See what he's saying? Nobody was able to prove who these guys fucking were in the first place. A larger community, right? A lively and creative community that was considerably bigger numerically than the group of Jewish believers that had appeared in Italy, Southern Gaul, or Germanic lands. Now, I always wonder too, why the hell, if you guys were Jews, why don't you just go back to the land? Why go to Europe? You see what I'm saying? Anyways, let's continue. Judaism probably began to germinate in the Iberian Peninsula in early century CE among mainly, listen to this, round tables and dirty water, and all of you guys that claim to be Sephardics, and you go around and take land from Palestinians and shit, and you Khazars too. All of you guys, you're all proselytes, and you're killing people, you're killing children, you're raping children in Palestine right now, claiming to be the people of the Bible, and you are not the people of the Bible. You are murdering in the name of the Most High, claiming to be someone you're not. And you so-called African Americans who claim to be natives, y'all are doing the same shit spiritually. Like, you don't even know how wicked that is. Sick people, man. Judaism probably began to, I already read that. Let's continue. Later, the heavy-handed treatment of the Visigoths rulers toward Jewish believers and new proselytes, chiefly in the 7th century CE, drove many of them to flee to North Africa. Their historical revenge was not long in coming. The Muslim conquest of Iberia, which began 711 CE, was carried out mainly by Berber regiment that may well have included many proselytes. So if you see Africans that look like the people here, right? They're most likely of the sub-Saharan region below. When you see a lot of these so-called Europeans, they start actually enslaving people based on race. We heard what he said. Now we know that the Portuguese, who were swarty as hell, right? Mainly Jews, right? Like these guys, were the first nautical people that were enslaving 700 to 800 Africans per year. That's what we know from historical facts that they wrote in their own books, right here, in their historical material. They said it themselves. The Muslim conquest of Iberia, which began 711 CE, was carried out mainly by these guys, who enlarged the demographic size of the older Jewish community. But these guys were proselytes. So these proselytes influenced other proselytes. So the Khazars came here, who are proselytes, came and influenced you so-called West Africans that claimed to be Hebrews. They came and proselyted you. And now you both believe that you're the people of the Bible. This is why they finance and you act out, you need to start wondering why those things have occurred. Why have they occurred? Here we see a lot of questions. There's too many questions now. It says here, the 3rd Regiment, which had been sent in Elvira, besieged Granada, the capital of the state, and entrusted the blockage to a local force made up of Muslims and Jews. Proselyte Jews, by the way, not real.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
And that is where they did wherever Jews were found. So now we see why the Jews and the Moors in Spain. Now we know why we see the Jews and Muslims of British America. Now we know why this filthy bastard right here, yeah, I'm gonna call you that shit. Cause you know what? You deserve it. Check this out. This filthy bastard right here, that's why he said this shit right here. Look.
They forced us to convert to Christianity, this new form of Christianity, wherein they were God, they were Christ. Okay? The angels were white, and that the Jews who had converted, the white men who had converted to being a Jew, they also had to, they were on top of us, had to convert it, the white men who were white. Okay? The angels were white. And that the Jews who had converted, the white men who had converted to, the white men who had converted to Jews, who had converted, the white men who had converted.
But we just read from the Shlomo himself that they were converts, but so were you, Nate. So were the people that you claim to be. Those Africans that ruled Europe, they were proselytes too, Nate. And I know you know this shit.
To being a Jew, they also had to, they were on top of us. This white man that we had used from the Caucasus Mountains, this white man that we had used from the Caucasus Mountains, this white man that we had used from the Caucasus Mountains to help us in our military, they also turned against us. Never trust your enemies, brothers and sisters. We were we said, these are our allies. We said, these are our allies. We said, these are our allies.
See? We were under them. These are our allies, right? Right? Check this out.
And the very same allies turned against us. So again.
Now you understand what it means? The Jew and the Moors, so-called Swati, light skin, dark skin. They weren't all like him. Trust and believe. Tariq Ibn Shayyad, the supreme commander and first Muslim governor of the Iberian Peninsula, Gibraltar bears his name, was a Berber from the Judaized, I should say, tribe of Nefoaka, which we read earlier. He reached Spain. We see this. Among them were many Jews. Argued that all the Berbers who took part of the Arab conquest in Spain were Judaizers. Let me go up. Drawing his information from Spanish scholars, the Zionist historian reluctantly admits that some of them argue that all the Berbers who took part in the Arab conquest in Spain were Judaizers. It would be a wild exaggeration to argue that the conquest of Spain was a coordinated operation of Muslim and Jewish Berbers, proselytes. But as we have seen, the fruitful cooperation between the two religions began in Iberia at the start of the invasion. So it is reasonable to assume that the Jews' favored status made for a meaningful expansion of other communities, which then once again goes back and goes against the Bible. The Hebrews of the book, if you're pushing another religion, the Most High said he ain't dealing with you. So what are you doing benefiting, dealing with another nation? They pushes another God. Bible says clearly. And Judith 5, who you know of, by the way, BHIs, and Fopies, you Negroes only, dumbasses too, you know what it says in the Bible. And what do? You overlook it. It says here, favor status made for a meaningful expansion of their communities. You cannot have favor status if you weren't pushing the laws of the Most High. You guys were proselytes. However, the ability of established Jews to proselytize began pagans and Christians was practically only in the early stage of Muslim presence. You see this when Christian hegemony, I believe, retreated and the invasive conversion to Islam had not begun yet. This option would begin to shrink in the 9th century, though it never quite ended. Watch this. The wave of Islamization did not stop the immigration of Jewish believers from all over Southern Europe. And even more, from the coast of North Africa. In his important book on the Sephardic Jewry, Yitzhak Bayer noted admiringly that Arabic Spain had become a refuge for Jews. So now, I'm going to take a little pause for a second because I'm reading a lot. Okay, we're not done. Hell to hell no, we're not done. I think I'm going to be here for probably another hour or so. I have a video to show you because it connects to this. And hold on a second. Let me see. Hold on. Here it goes, right? Ready? Let's play it. I don't know if it relates with the other class. I went to, it's not, I guess. Sorry, man. Sorry, man. It's not even a sound. Sorry, don't worry about it. I'm trying to download this, by the way. I'm trying to download this video. Sorry, I guess I was on mute. I thought I had it downloaded, to be honest with you. For some reason, it's not, I guess. I don't even know why, but I did download it. So anyways, so I'm just waiting for it right now. So I'm going to go about a couple hours still. You guys, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of material in here, and I'm not going to let it go. It correlates with the other class. I would have waited another week, but I think now is the perfect time. And then I could take a break because this is important. I mean, these are topics that need to be examined. Matter of fact, I'm glad that we have a gentleman here that showed up. This is colonizer crap. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe in a great spirit? Sokolak. Sokolak. Because I know how to pronounce the words. From my ancestors, not the colonizer's Bible. See, this is what you don't know about your ancestors because you don't study. You go by white doctrine because they're still indoctrinating you. They're making you believe that you ain't related to this book. But as a matter of fact, this book has been relevant to us since the get-go. If you actually studied Sokolak, okay, you would understand that we had these scriptures in us since the beginning. The what is that called? The Teomotli, right? The divine book of supposedly, yeah. You see, this is what I'm saying. Blah blah blah. So it don't matter what I say. See, you're convinced. You are convinced in your own ideology. So it doesn't fucking matter what I fucking say to you. You're stuck in your mindset. You see, this is what I don't like about people like you, man. You come to a channel and you make a statement. You're not even willing to say, let me see what this brother's saying. I'm raza like you, puto. We are the same people. And I'm bringing information to maybe, just maybe, answer some of the shit that you are so stuck in. Because let me ask you a question. Has this government helped you at all? Boo. See, I'm a Spaniard. There you go. You see that, family? I'm a Spaniard now. I'm from Guanatos, pendejo, güey. Pucho pinche Guadalajara, cabrón. I'm more fucking raza than your stupid ass is, bro. And see, there you go, bro. See, you either are a $5 Indian, a Moreno, or a fucking so-called Hispanic that only wants to be called Hispanic. I see the hate in you, bro. Raza is a colonizer there you go, family. See, raza is a colonizer concept. So what the fuck are you, man? You come in with a chant with a name, Sokolak, right? Do you even know how to pronounce that shit? Do you even know how the T and the L works? For you to come in here to tell me that I'm fucking a Spaniard, bro. Oh man, you know what, bro? This is what I love about this channel, bro. That I bring the essence of hatred towards our love of our people. All I'm trying to do is show our gente who we are according to history. Separate the Bible. Well, my ancestors fought with your ancestors. No, listen, bro. I'm not even gonna say that. I'm not even gonna say that because but you have no idea any history of fucking Villa, bro. I'll bet you anything. Sokolat, you don't even know how to speak Spanish. You're stuck in English. You have no idea of any books that are read in Spanish. And this is why you're so fucking stuck. My ancestors fought with Villa. What the fuck did you fight for Villa for? Let me ask you a question. What did Villa fight for? No, it's not hate. It's not hate. Yes, it is hate. I'm gonna show you why. I'm gonna show you why it's hate. You see that right there? Spaniards. That's fucking hate. You know what Spaniards did when they came here? They raped our women, our daughters, our mothers, our grandwomen. Okay? So when you try, now you want to take a step back, like I'm not talking hate. Nah, bro. You assume that I'm a fucking Spaniard. And I know what these fuckers did. But see, you assume that Spaniards were only white, huh? You assume that Spaniards nomás eran gringos, way, huh? That's how you're stupid, bro. That's how I know that you're weak-minded. You come and attack me when you don't even realize who fucking attacked us. Nah, way. You know what you're doing? You're like Donald Trump, chupando that fucking stroke, bro. You're raping I'm raping mine, bro. You know what you're doing right now? You're raping yourself. You don't even have no fucking idea of what you're teaching your children. If you are an indigenous of this land, then you would know better. That you would know. I'm gonna give you one question. How the hell did we have order in our society before the Spaniards or the conquistadors came? And did you know that it was white and black people that came to colonize our mind? Right? Let me ask you a question. Did you know that it was white and black people that came to colonize our mind? Well, usually they're gonna say it was just the gringos. Is that what are you that type of fucking raza? Just calls out the gringos and shit. Don't call out the morenos. Is that how weak you are? Sokolat. I bet you I pronounce your name better than you can pronounce your fucking name. Sokolat. Answer my question. Answer my question. Chocolate. Yeah, it's probably more chocolate. Yeah, you're right, brother. Chocolati, please educate us. Tell us where we are wrong. Please tell me where we are wrong. How is that colonizing mindset, supposedly, that we're teaching our people about not having what? I'm sorry. Let me remind you. We had order in our society, dude. As a matter of fact, I'll even invite you. Read James Adair, the Old and New Testament of the Gazetteer. Eden Smith, what was that called? Barbara Simmons. She wrote a book regarding our people. And in case you don't know this, since 1500, your Sumarraga, the guy that you love, who you're supporting, yeah, that Spaniard that you love right there, he took our history away. Oh, look, here we go, family. Spaniards and Africans were different depending upon religious orientation. Oh, you a fucking weak ass, bro. You ain't no native, homie. You ain't no native. Give that shit back to our people, bro. You're a fucking $5 Indian. Let's go. While I'm waiting, let's kind of start this. So it says here, Jewish Khagans, a strange empire rises in the east. In the middle of the 10th century, the Sephardic Golden Age which remember, Sephardic has died. The guy that wrote to the Khazars the letter, right? Supposedly he was a Jew, right? right? He wasn't. So now we know that he was a proselyte convert. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, so here, a physician, an important statement in the court of Caliph or Caliph of Cordoba. So again, a Muslim and Caliph wrote a letter to the king of Khazars. You see? It says, Ben Aron, rumors about a great Jewish empire bordering the Eastern Europe had Jewish elites, continent, Western end, arose in intensity, curiosity, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to kind of skim through this a little bit because we all know what this is about. We got a lot of material on this bastard. They claim to be of these particular people. You know that we are of the sons of Japheth and his sons Torgama. So he says, okay? Khazar Mongols, I'm going to look at that book later on. It is said that the time that my ancestors were but a few, blah, blah, blah. You guys can read that later. I tell you, many generations passed until a king rose whose name was Bulan, a wise and God-fearing man who put all his trust in the Lord and removed all his sorcerers. Listen to this. And removed all his sorcerers and idolaters from the country and lived under the Lord's wing. This king summoned all his ministers and servants and told them all these things. They were content and accepted the king's judgment and entered unto the wing of the Shekinah. Basically, you know, the whole conversion. It says here, writing in an epic and ornate style, the king describes the conversion to Judaism.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
And lists the reasons that moved his ancestors to prefer the Jewish religion to the other two monotheistic faiths. You see this right here? Straight, right to the point. The letter of Khazar King was probably copied and embellished many times, but its core information seems fairly trustworthy. Then it says here, Khazar priest, Pupuhead Hasdi, son of Jaksa, and did not know if it was true or not. Then it says here in the bottom that Khazar, okay, here goes. Finally, though, this sharp scholar who detested fables became convinced and admitted as much that Khazars proselytized and had proselyte kings. You guys are chihuahuas too, bro. Fucking convert bastards. There were Khazar people who proselytized, and the King Joseph sent a letter. Again, Shaprut. We used to read and think, oh, he's a Jew, a Sephardic Jew. Yeah, a North African, most likely Berber convert. Then it says he goes on to say that when in Tula, he met Jewish students who told him that they were Khazars and faithful to Rabbinic Judaism. Then it says, whereas the histories of the Judeans, Himarites, and Berbers were all but erased from general consciousness, it was more difficult to leave blank pages on the case of Khazars. In first place, the secular modern public knew about Khuzari. You see this? So their history is very relevant. People know of this shit, but they more want to hide it because, again, it goes to the context of modern society. What did Norman Chomsky say? In today's society, I'm a Jew. So in today's society, since I'm a Jew, I don't give a shit what you think I am. And my DNA, if it says I'm a Khazar, I don't care. Because in today's society, I'm a Jew and you're not. He spits in your face very intellectually, by the way. I don't know if you really caught that shit. Then it says here, second, there was a mass of historical evidence that about the Khazar kingdom from Arabic, Persian, Byzantine, Roman, Armenian, Hebrew, and even Chinese sources. So these guys knew of these guys. And they all agreed that it was very powerful. And many of the sources also referred to its unexpected conversion to Judaism. See, Jewish Khazar was, of course, immeasurably bigger than any historical kingdom in the land of Judah. The story of Khazar is fascinating. It begins in the 4th century CE when some nomadic tribes accompanied the Huns as they were surged westward. I need to show this because I'm going to play a video later on about the Khazars and about the fake Jews, basically. Both of them. You know what I mean? Both of them. You can either one of you can come and get it. Either one of you. I don't care who you bring. Bring your big papi, whatever guy it is. I don't care. You can even have a moderator, you know, that can shut me up and shit because you guys probably think I talk a lot. No, I can play your game. 2 minutes, whatever. It continues with the rise of great empire and steps into the long Volga River and the Northern Caucasus. Yes, yes, yes. And see, this is what really bothers me, man, because you so-called African Americans that claim to be Jews, you only focus on the shit, but you ignore everything else that says that you're a proselyte yourself. The Khazars were a coalition of strong Turkish and Hunnic Bulgars. We can see this right here. The Slavs, the Bulgars, the Khazars. Remember that. Remember those things. Remember those words. Remember those words. We know of the Emperor Leo, the Kagan Khazaria. We know that their relationship with the Byzantine Empire. We know that it was Leo the Khazar at that time. We know Muslims and Khazars were described by numerous Arab chroniclers. Then the Khazars and Turks overcame the Muslims. We all understand these things of the wars that were going on in that region right there. Okay, let's not forget, because Byzantine then gets in a fight with the Ottoman Empire, which then World War I begins. You guys understand that that's the whole concept. If you start breaking down year by year, you'll realize that history is very easy to see. As long as you just read. We say in Spanish, si eres un buen lector, you will really progress in life. Meaning, if you're a reader, if you're just a reader, you'll learn a lot. You'll be able to like really deal with these people. Watch this. Most sources depict the Khazar kingdom as having a highly original dual government. The supreme holy leader, as well as an active secular leader. Now, Ahmed Ibn Fadlan is from the movie The 13th Tribe. Or sorry, The 13th Warrior, which I'm going to show you after. I'm just going to show you sections of videos to confirm what I'm reading, okay? So here it says that a diplomat and author who was sent by the Caliph al-Muqtadir in 921 CE to the Bulgar country by the Volga, crossed Khazaria and described it in his rare travel notes. On the Khazars and their political system, he wrote, the Khazars, who they are, right? He is seen only once in 4 months, this so-called king. And at a respectful distance, he is called the great Kakan or Kaka. And that's why they got Kaka. And his deputy is called Kakabe. It is the latter who commands the armies, right? Administers the kingdom and looks after it. His allies raise the kingdom, blah, 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 blah. So this king they don't see for 4 months. Now, do you guys know that this king doesn't change his clothes? Yeah, he wears the same shit forever until that shit disintegrates. Then he changes. Yeah, we're going to see it later on. I'm telling you, it's beautiful. As their regiment and government, their master is called Kakan Khazar. You guys can take a picture of it. Great Kagan. Then he says he's got like 25 women, 60 concubines. Al-Khazir from the lands of Russian and Bulgars. Just keep that in mind. Just, we know of this. I've done several classes on this. Y'all can read this book. From page 200 to 250 is where you get the real meat. Why did the Khazarian kingdom not adopt the Greek or Arabic language for the religious usage in high-level communication? That's a good question. One of the few surviving testimonies, by the way, Khazars and Judaism, a long love affair? It says one of the few surviving testimonies led by the Khazars themselves is the important document known as the scholars as the Cambridge document. Its originality is less disputed than the King Joseph letter. This Hebrew manuscript written by a Jewish Khazar in the courts of Joseph was found, right? Cambridge Library is talking about this letter. Now it says here, if you guys want to just kind of glance through this, Armenia and our ancestors fled from them. It says here, for they could not bear the yoke of the worshippers of idols. And the Prince Khazar received them, for the men of Khazar were the first without the Torah. And they too remained without the Torah and scripture and made marriage with the inhabitants of the land and mingled with them. And they learned their deeds and went out with them to war continually. They became one people. Only upon the covenant of circumcision they relied, and some of them observed the Sabbath. You see this? Let's see what else. What else am I missing? The contemporary Arab Judaization. A contemporary Arab writer also described the Judaization of the king of Khazaria following an intense theological debate. Except that in his text, the Jewish scholar hired an assassin to poison the Muslim scholar before the decisive confrontation, and in that way, the Jew turned the kingdom to his religion and converted him. So they say. That's a story. That's the rumor. However, stories about migration as a catalyst in the process of proselytization seem much more relevant to understanding Khazar history. We're almost to, yep. You see this right here in the Caliphate. There's another section. Here it goes right here. Jehuda Halevi, or Halevi, noted in Kuzuri that the Khazars converted in 1740 CE, but the date may not be correct. Christian documents written 864 CE in distant Western France stated that all the Khazari obeyed the precepts of Judaism. At some stage between the mid 8th or 9th centuries, the Khazar adopted Jewish monotheism as their peculiar faith and rite. It is also reasonable to assume that this was not a miraculous single act, but a long process. Even King Joseph's questionable letter describes the conversion as occurring in stages. King Bolan was persuaded by the logic of the law of Moses and became a Jew, but only King Obadiah, grandson, blah, blah, blah. He built synagogues and seminaries and adopted the Mishnah and Talmud. You see what I mean? When you're not a people of the book, this is what happens. That's why Christians took the book. That's when Khazars took the book. And that's why you got these Canaanites and took the book. And now each one of them believes that they're the people of the Bible. Now, it's strangely enough, this Bible has three main religions: Christianity, Hebrewism, and Islam. And each one had its own power at certain times. It is just a side point, by the way, in case it went over somebody said. It is also said that he invented Jewish sages. Wait, I don't need to read that. It says, in the 19th century, scholars were doubtful about the conversion of the Khazar kingdom. Today, it is not in dispute. Hold on, let me read that again. If in the 19th century, scholars were doubtful about the conversion of the Khazar kingdom, today, in this channel, it is not in dispute. The spreading of monotheism reached the Caucasus and steeps of the Volga and Don. Today's southern Russia. Now you guys know where the whole Stalin shit comes from. The question remains, why did the Khazari opt for Judaism? Right? I'm going to answer it. If we set aside the magical sermon included in King Joseph's letter, the Cambridge document, and Yehuda Levi's book, we are left with the same explanation. Let me show you guys this real quick. We are left with the same explanation. Hold on. Go back here. Perfect. It says that accounted for Heimer's conversion. The desire to remain independent in the face of mighty, grasping empires, in this case, the Orthodox Byzantine Empire and the Abbasid Muslim Caliphate, expelled the rulers of Khazari to adopt Judaism as a defensive ideological weapon. Are they not doing that to this day? Had the Khazars adopted Islam, for example, they would have become the subjects of Caliph. Had they remained pagan, they would have been marked for annihilation by the Muslims.
Okay, so this guy right here, this is a prime example of, how can I say it? This is not our people right here, fam. This guy right here, he's a $5 Indian, maybe Moreno, maybe a Güero. I wouldn't say a retard, because you know that's a hard that's offending people that are actually sick in the mind. You know what I mean? This guy's not sick in the mind. He's just stupid. He's just dumb. Look, listen. I will pronounce your name better than you. Hit the link right now. Let's go. I will give you the time of day, brother. Come on, man. We're not gonna argue. We're not gonna fight. I'm not gonna be fucking yelling at you. Hit the link. Prove your cause. Prove your cause. Chocolat. Because I can pronounce it better than you. Your own fucking name. Chocolat. Can you say it? Or are you going to say chocolatl? Chocolatl. You're going to say chocolatl. Chocolat. I say your name better than you. Yeah, you're laughing. Okay, okay, messy cock. Listen, that doesn't bother me. This is, dude, if you are in your fucking 50s, man, I fucking feel sorry for you. You sound like you're in your 30s, 40s, probably single. Your wife left you, or she's mad at you, and your kids don't want to talk to you. You see, but here, my kids love me. My wife loves me. My family loves me. I'm bringing a legacy. Oh, you sound like you're reading the... Oh, there you go. You see? I sound like I'm reading the Doctrine of Discovery. See, apparently this guy, Chocolat, because you can't pronounce it himself. You know what I mean? He has a name and then shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, he probably is a Mayatz. This guy says that I'm over here reading the Doctrine of Discovery. He has no clue what this channel is about. Bro, you in the wrong channel, bro. Listen, man. Look. If you are raza, like you say you are, like indigenous and shit, then hit the fucking link, bro. Tell me how you feel, right? Just let me know. Let me know. Like, nah, bro, you know, this and that and then whatever, bro. The link is right there, dude. There's no need to like legacy of pendejadas. You see what I'm saying, bro? You see what I mean? You're a sad case, man. You're just embarrassing yourself. You shouldn't even be using that name. You don't even represent it because our gente, we're fucking warriors, homeboy. We go to war. We're not afraid to speak up. I'm speaking up because this is how I see things. But no, not you. No. You want to call me a Spaniard, but you're acting like a Spaniard. Raza is a colonial construct. Oh, so now let me guess. Are you? Hold on a second, man. Hold on a second, right here. Hey, VTC. This may be in your realm right here, brother. Because remember, I did a video earlier about the whole American Cholo shit, right? Raza is not a colonial construct. What are you saying? What are you saying? Is your mama white and your daddy white? Or is your daddy white and your mom is Hispanic? Is that what you're saying that? Look, he's the warriors of the white man. Nah, bro. Listen, you're a warrior of the white man. I'm not reading what you're saying. I see what you posted, but in reality, you are a warrior for the white man. You just said it right now. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks, bro. You're a sad case. They bent you over. Damn. You're a fucker. As a matter of fact, listen, if you don't like this channel, bro, why are you here? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not here to cater to you. This is not a catering session for fucking people like you. You can't even pronounce the name that they claim to claim. Matter of fact, I showed you. Get the link. Show me who you are, and let me hear your name. Let me hear you pronounce it, and then I'll let you be. It was created. Hold on. It was created to create the Mexican. Yeah, he's either a white boy or a negro. This guy's fucking lost, homie. You're a sad case. But anyway, let's continue, family, because this is what I do, man. I always bring up the spirit of wickedness. Like I told you before, my job is to make sure that I destroy wicked spirits. That's Joshua's job. I destroy wicked spirits. I came here to slash Canaanites, and I'm going to come here to slash Edomites like you. You're here for a good laugh? Oh, okay, good. Enjoy the class. Because guess what? A grown-ass man does not waste his time on a good laugh. That means that you are a fucking probably welfare deliverer. You sit at your home, hang around and figure out what's online, right? That's what you are. You're here for a good laugh. Yeah. Keep voting for Trump, bro.
Who did not tolerate idolatry? Christianity, of course, would have been subordinated them to Eastern Empire for a long time. The slow and gradual transition from the ancient shamanism of the region to Jewish monotheism probably also contributed to the consolidation and centralization of Khazar realm. Now, this right here.
Okay, so now I see what you're doing. So this is a Moreno. This is a Moreno right here. Look into what he's saying. Post-Mexican Revolution, Raza was created to implement anti-indigenous laws. What he's saying is that the people back then are not the people of today. I see. I didn't, bro, listen, that's how stupid you are. That's how dumb you fucking are. This channel, we don't do that shit. Chocolat. You can't even pronounce your own name. Sad case, brother. You're a sad case. But stick around, man. You may learn something.
It's very interesting. Okay? It's very interesting because I'm going to show you something right now. Let me see if I miss anything in this page. I think we're done on this particular part. No, we're not. Hold on. Let me get to certain areas. Hold on. Let's see. Here we go. So here, let's finish it on, not finish the class, but let's finish this particular section and move on to another book, and then move on to some other sections. What causes silent lapse in the Jewish-Israeli memory? Aside from the traditional ethnocentric conception that in some forms dominates every aspect of Jewish nationalism, like today, what are we seeing today? Don't we see a massive level of here, let me see if it's this one. Don't we see a massive level of attacks right now?
אני מזהיר את תושבי לבנון בכפרים בבקע. זו אזהרה ממוקדת לכפרים בבקע. התושבים הנמצאים בסמוך למבנים או בתוך בתים בהם מאוחסנים טילים ואמצעי לחימה, תתרחקו מהם מיד. תתרחקו לשם ביטחונכם והגנתכם. אתם רואים את הפעולה שאנחנו עושים כעת בדרום לבנון. חיזבאללה מתכוון לשגר את אמצעי הלחימה האלה לעבר שטח ישראל, ואנחנו לא נאפשר את זה. תתרחקו מהם לשם הגנתכם. חיזבאללה משקר לכם ומסכן אתכם. יישמעו לאזהרות ולמסרים שיועברו על ידי צה"ל לשם ביטחונכם וביטחון משפחותיכם.
Why are they doing this? Why are you guys doing this if historically speaking you're not the people of the Bible? You are killing a massive amount of people, children specifically, and you're not the Jews of the Bible. Historically speaking, none. So yeah, we got a confirmation. You see, crackhead. He's a crackhead. Hit the pipe and get a clue. This is amusing cult. Yeah, this is Fopi right here. Because he hasn't responded to that. You notice we've been calling him out on that shit, and he hasn't responded. This is Fopi. Probably one of these little Moreno shits and shit. Now, I'm going to tell you something, bro. Tell your big daddy and shit, you little white boy master and shit, to come over here and actually debate me like a real man, instead of sending little kids over here to do some, like, rugged, stupid shit. I don't understand, like, why you waste your time on this, bro. Yahweh was a war god. Yahweh, bro? Do you even know what Yahweh means? That's how stupid you are. See, this is Fopi right here, family. This is Fopi. This is a Moreno acting like he has our name. See? Look. The God of the Bible is a war god. Really? You niggas are not war gods. You guys run. Hey, you say you built America. How come you ain't turning off the fires right now? Where's your big-ass crew of negros going out there turning on the fires? See what I'm saying, family? Look, I told you he's a Moreno right here. Look. He's a Moreno. I called his ass out. Now he has no answers to that shit. So we got a Moreno claiming to be Chocolat. And he can't even say it like that. He can't even pronounce the fucking name. That's why I tell you, bro. If you really are those people in the Bible, then guess what, bro? Let's go. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Come on, man. Stop messing around, dude. You're being stupid, bro. You're really embarrassing. As a matter of fact, dude, if you have kids, it's a sad shit. Because at least my kids know what the fuck I stand for. See, your kids, or whatever you're from,
They realize you're a weak man, bro. Step up to the plate and stand ground on what you believe in. Nah, it don't matter. Listen, yeah, you're right, because you got white blood in you. You got white boy bloodline in you. You get like 70% fucking Moreno and 40% fucking gringo. That's why you kind of have my tan, homie. The only reason you look like me or even have anything remotely close to me is because you got white and black blood in you. Blackity black. Stop carrying that name. Chocolat. You can't even pronounce it. Matter of fact, I'll do that shit in my sleep. Chocolat. And you can't even pronounce it. But yeah, you have a name on yourself. Chocolatl. Is that what you're telling people when you go to the store at Walmart and shit and you have your little feather fairy shit? Your fake ass stuff? There you go. Look. You worshiping the white man guy and think you spin, bro. Listen, see, I know you're negro, bro. You're negro, bro. See, I could tell. Pinche moreno, bro. Blackity black. You guys are a sad case. I don't understand why why the fuck are you guys not blunt forward, bro? Still reserved, bro. Just be still reserved. You know what I'm saying? You know, that is the old alcoholic drink. They call it, like, back in the day, they used to buy that beer and shit, but it actually meant something. It meant that you were refining steel and you were reserving the best steel for yourself. I'm not making it up. Hit the link. And as a matter of fact, do me a favor. Just hit the link and then pronounce your name, and that's it. And then you can go on your day. You say you own it, pronounce it. Pronounce it properly. I've said it so many times, bro. Chocolat. Can you say your name? And Columbus and his cat. See. No, listen. Columbus was a fucking Moreno. Negros and white people came here and conquered our land. Are you gonna just blame it on the white boy? This is how I can tell that you're more likely that. Hit the link, bro. Just do us a favor, man. Just fucking hit the link and pronounce your fucking name. Because you claim to carry it. Just do us a favor. Just hit the link and pronounce your name. And then you can leave. Matter of fact, that's all we ask from you. Just pronounce your name. That's all, bro. Just pronounce your name. That's it. And you know what? I won't bother you, bro. And I'll let you know, man. You can type it all away. And you know what I'm saying? Like, be here, say all kinds of negative stuff or positive stuff. It don't matter to me. But as long as you can pronounce your name, then we're good, bro. There you go. You see, family? You see, fam? Pinches negros, bro. This is how beautiful our heritage is. You guys are the fastest, strongest, tallest, and you want our shit. You want the tamales. You want the tacos de carne asada. You want the fucking, the eating grasshoppers, right? That's what you want. Look, here you go. There, look. I told you. You're right. Diki said that the first white man they saw was a I told you, bro. I told you, dog. I told you this is a fucking pinche moreno pendejo, way. Listen, bro. Even more better than, man, that's not a fact, bro. You know what? Dude, man. Hit the fucking link. Chocolat. Hit the link, chocolat. You're going to try to debate the man that knows my fucking own heritage. Oh, Sassahan, Africans, we're enslaved. I told you this is a fucking yantita way. You don't want to know what you call your yantas? You want to know what you call your yantas? It's because, you're just the reservoir of the pavement. It's nothing to do with color. I told you, family. Like, I sneak these motherfuckers all day, bro. I told you, man. You have no clue what kind of spirit you're messing with, bro. Dude, I'm not black. Yeah, you are, bro. Yeah, you are. Hit the link then. Show us that you're not black. Show us you're not black. Here. Hit the link. Let me see your face and show me that you're not black. And what is the terminology of black? Because you guys have a very fucking broad definition of black. Let me guess. The original people in America were fucking negros like you, right? With woolly hair and all that shit. Keep it secret, right? Yeah. Right. It's all good, dog. Listen, man. I fucking have a good time with these people, bro. People try to threaten me all the time, bro. It's like, look, listen, listen, do me a favor, bro. Just show up. Stop letting your people down. Stop letting your negative people down, bro. All that nappy ass head is not gonna go far with this fucking doctrine. Do you understand what that means? You will never rule again. You ruled once, and that's it. The white man had his chance, and that's it. You will never rule again. Canaanite. You're a Canaanite. Listen to my voice. You're a Canaanite. You will never rule again. Ever. The Judites really woke up. The Hebrews are here. You will never rule again. See, there you go, family. We didn't come from Africa. So you mean that you just fucking, like, you were a fungus and came out of, like, the Americas? Pinche pendejo, homie. Listen, bro. I will smash any negro all day, any day with doctrine, dog. You know what I'm saying? You in the wrong channel, man. You will get destroyed with this shit. You were fed the wrong stuff. Listen, you're a fucking African, a West African Canaanite, seditious nation. You guys, this is all you're about. This is why you want to steal a heritage, because your shit is horrible. Your women are horrible. Your people are horrible. You guys are horrible. This is why you want to steal our heritage. The earth mother will rule. Ah, I see. I told you, family. This is why I do my channel, man. I bring all the fucking ratas out of their hole. All you got to do is this, fam. You put a little bit of, like, your little sugar, and these fuckers come out. Yeah, you're here, though, right? You're here. Like I said, put a little sugar, fuckers come out.
None of you Khazars are, and you Sephardics either. The nerve of you guys, man. The nerve. And then you got these dumbass BHIs like, yeah, you know, Ishmaelites are killing each other. Stupid asses, bro. Y'all don't even know what you're talking about. Or you do, and you just got a bunch of idiots following you. What caused the silent lapse, you say? Aside from the traditional ethnocentric conception, which that in some form dominates every aspect of Jewish nationalism, like today. Oh, anti-Semite. I'm sorry, I'm not no anti-Semite because I am Shemitic myself. There are two possible hypotheses. One is that the wave of decolonization of 1950 and 60 drove the Israeli memory merchants to avoid the very shadow of the Khazar past. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. There was the anxiety about the legitimacy of the Zionist project. That's why we read earlier in 1950, everybody knew that there was a huge amount of proselytization at one time. But because of the agenda and media power, we now can understand that that was not the case. Don't worry, I still got the video memory. I'm going to finish this book since we're already doing it, right? Should it become widely known to the settling Jewish masses were not the direct descendants of children of Israel? I'm sorry. There was an anxiety about the legitimacy of the Zionist project. Should it become widely known that the settling Jewish masses were not, I repeat, were not, you are not the direct descendants of the children of Israel. Isaiah. Such delegitimization might lead to a broad challenge against the state of Israel's right to exist. For example, being in Palestine, murdering people when you're not the people of the book, first of all, and let alone when the society now in these standards ignore supposedly their worldly laws. And when the hell did you guys embrace a Bible concept theory to decimate a nation of people? Wait a minute, hold on a second. That reminds me of Hitler. And you called him a Nazi.
You know what's so funny with this stupid comment right here? So let's analyze this comment for a second. So the point of this channel is to punch in the wrong direction because you don't have the balls to let the white man go. Wow. So let's ignore the point of this channel is, right? Let's ignore that. To punch in the wrong direction. What is the wrong direction? Sokolak, because I can pronounce your name better than you can. And then it says because you don't have the balls to let the white man go. Okay, so I'm asking you, like a fucking man, to hit the link and maybe enlighten us in this whole understanding that you may have. So if you want us to let go of the white man concept, then hit the fucking link and explain to us what is it that we're wrong on. And maybe we may wake up to your fucking bullshit. Chocolat. You know, and I'm being very condescending to you. Chocolat. Hit the link and explain to me. You don't have to read the white man's Bible to figure yourself. Okay. So, you said you didn't vote for left or right. So what do you believe in? You don't celebrate Christmas? You don't go to New Year's? You don't, eat turkey? You don't watch football on 4th of July? Is that what you're saying? See, there you go. That's it. Your entire premise is pointless. But see, this is the point. Chocolat. If you are an indigenous person, you would have hit the link by now. If you really are about your fucking people. But you're not. You're just a moreno with a wrong premise, with a fucked up concept, with an ideology about some fucking negros that thought that they were, I don't know, some scientific people. Listen, man, you need to do yourself a favor. Read the book called The Geography of Leo Africanus. Okay? He is going to basically summarize your fucking heritage. You guys are horrible people. You should have never came here. And the fact is that you came with the white man and you were black conquistadors, just like white people. So now we're waking up. See, I'm not deflecting, bro. See, we just found out you're a negro. You're a negro trying to be our people. So we already know that. You're a fucking negro conquistador. You're like one of them Esmeraldas motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? You're not indigenous. But because you had an indigenous woman, now you want to call yourself indigenous. No. Chocolat. You're not our people. You're not our people. Chocolat. Live with it. Let's go, family. I had enough of this fun.
Well, you know who's acting like a fucking Nazi? Is these guys right here. So I kind of like, man, Nazism happened then, and it's happening right now. But these ones that were supposedly not Nazis, I think they are the real Nazis. You're seeing that you.
Man, listen, my channel is one of the best fucking channels out there because you know what? I bring people like you, and you guys are not even willing to fucking admit the shit that you're wrong on. And you're like, read the Bible. I have read it, bro. And listen, you are African to the core. You fucking are Africans. You're Africans, West Africans. Okay? That's what you guys are. I know it may sound like, oh my God, we were light-skinned. Yeah, because a white man raped your ass. That's why you have a little bit straight hair. You're African, chocolat. You're an African. Let it go. And I'll tell you what, if you have a problem with me saying it, hit the link and prove me wrong. But until then, you're a fucking African from West Africa, a Canaanite, a seditious motherfucker. Prove me wrong.
You guys were the actual, you know what? Now I'm realizing this shit. Because there are books that show in historical facts that Hitler's mom was so-called Jewish. Marxists. The majority of the Bolsheviks were so-called Jewish. Polish, Russian. Now we're starting to see the state of Israel's existence. Another possibility, not necessarily in conflict with the former, no, you need both, is that the occupation of a large, densely populated Palestinian territories intensify the ethnic element in Israeli identity politics. the proximity of masses of Palestine began to seem a threat to the imaginary nation of Israel. I love that shit. The imaginary national Israel. And called for stronger bonds of identity and definition. The effect was to put the kibosh on any remembrance of Khazaria. In the second half of the 20th century, the connection with the orphan Khazars was steadily weakened as the Jewish people gathered gain in its original homeland after 2,000 years of wandering the world. So after they went into their homeland, supposedly, then you started seeing this fading of Khazarian theory. Remember, 1950, what are you, 70 years? 70 years ago, family. The age of silence in Israel echoed in many ways the silencing in the USSR. Though in the land of Russian socialism, it takes place in the previous generations. Between Artavov Movov, book in 1937 and 1960, hardly anything was published about the Khazars. And those few publications were mostly devoted to the repudiation and denigration. Why do you think the Khazars joined in with the Negroes, man? Come on, bro. Y'all needed each other. This is why Nate the Snake said they turned against us. The existence of those strange Jews in the East became, not surprisingly, an aberration from the historical logic of Marxism, Leninism, and the character of Mother Russia that was reborn under Stalin. Whew, my God. All the Russians and late Soviet historians who had written about Khazaria were denounced as bourgeois who had failed to comprehend the common Slav traits and so played down the importance of ancient Kievan Russia. Then it says here, P. Ivanov, an established historian, probably Stalin himself, published an important article exposing the poor research on the Khazars. Stalin himself was a Khazar Jew. You didn't know that. And asserted that our forefathers had to take up arms to protect our homeland against invasions from the steppes. Ancient Russia was a shield of Slav tribes. It defeated Khazaria and liberated it from its denomination, supposedly. Once again, hiding their history. So who's trying to hide their history today in America? I know I'm hurting feelings, bro. I can tell by the view. I can tell by the viewers. So the enigma, the origin of Eastern Europe, which means Arthur Koestler, a Zionist pioneer in his youth. This is the man that wrote the 13th tribe. Later, he was communist, but grew to detest Stalin and became bitterly an anti-Soviet. Nevertheless, he continued to support the existence of State of Israel and was concerned about the Jewish refugees who flocked to it. So here he reads about, or writes about,
family. I always bring out the fucking Moreno and motherfuckers. Even though they try to hide it, I always do bring it up. You know what I mean? This is why they can't fuck with me. This is why they don't hit the channel. This is why they don't debate me. Listen to this motherfucking dumbass right here. The irony is that you want to be black Israelites. Can't make this shit up. You see, family, this is a negro trying to be raza. You see what I'm saying? He's mad because he ain't raza. So, like every typical white man, because this kind of like white man doctrine, you know what I mean? They learned it from them. They want to usurp our position. The Mexican mafia was founded by a white man to pronounce anti-blackness. You see, blackity shit. Bro, shut your fucking ass up. We ain't here for empathy of negros, bro. We ain't here dealing with your shit. We have no empathy for negros. You guys came and conquered with the white man. Shut your ass up with that bullshit. We don't feel sorry for you guys because I tell you what, you have representation at the government level, black and white. That's that checkerboard, black and white checkerboard, bro. I'm not mad. Listen. You know what? You are mad. This is why you're saying that. I'm not mad, bro. I didn't even ask you if you were mad, but you're mad because you're a fucking Canaanite. You'll never be grasa. You don't know about grasshoppers. You don't know about unleavened bread. You Negroes never ate masa. You Negroes never fucking wore sandals. You Negroes never fucking even knew about molcajete. You Negroes even never knew about tamarindo here in this continent. There's so much I can go into this shit. You guys had no clue what the hell I'm talking about. There's no dietary law that you actually fit in this land right here. Oh, thousands of slaves, the government. You see, this is what you base it on. This is what I'm talking about. You guys never had enslavement. You fucking had slaves. Yeah, there you go. See, racist motherfucker. See, this is a llanta right here, homie. I fucking told you. It's a fucking negro right here, bro. Tío Tacos. See that? You can't have this, bro. As much as you want it, you can't have it. I know it sounds good. And you're like, oh, yeah, us Negroes are the... Nah, not at all, bro. You guys don't fit the curses. You don't fit the diet in the Bible. You don't fit the clothing. You don't fit the folklore. You don't fit the music. You guys don't even... None of that shit fits. But guess what? Chocolate. Say, you Negroes, Mexican... See, there you go. See, there you go. See? I love it, family. This is why the Most High woke me up. Because he knew that I would come after Canaanites. He knew that I ain't gonna let these motherfuckers go. I'm a Canaanite slayer. That's my name, Joshua, the Canaanite slayer. I make your feelings fucking go butt hurt. I make you guys go inside your fundillo to reflect on what the fuck you're saying. Tío Taco, bro. Yeah, matter of fact, I love tacos. Don't get me wrong. That shit is a bomb. Tacos de carne asada, güey. Tacos de pollo. Back in the day, I used to eat tacos de ¿cómo se llama? Fuck, man. I haven't had that shit in like 8 years. I don't even remember the name. Tacos de adobada. I used to eat that shit, but I don't do that no more. You know what I mean? Look. Keep this posted. I gotta show all my homies so we can have a good laugh. Okay, sounds good, bro. Tell your homies to come over here and tell them to come over to my channel. Let's see if your homies are fucking balls crazy to debate me. Look. Joe Morgan, the kid. That's not my name. Anyways, it's all good, Negro. Do me a favor, man. When you guys know how to make masa, or when you guys actually can show me a company of full morenos, right? A company of construction people, of just full morenos. Supposedly they're gonna build up this country. Nah, bro. You're wrong. Let's go.
To prove that they are not Khazars. And he finds out that they are. The large majority of surviving Jews in the world is of Eastern European and thus perhaps mainly of Khazar origin. If so, this would mean that their ancestors came not from Jordan, but from the Volga, not from Canaan. And even if you call yourself a Canaanite with the assumption that you're a Hebrew, we are confirming that you are just a West African or North African, but not a real Hebrew. Not from Canaan, but from the Caucasus. Once believed.
I told you, family. I told you guys that this was a fucking, Moreno and shit. And, eventually you let them speak, and they'll express themselves. Want to be black Israelites slaying Canaanites. So you're saying that Israelites are black? God is red. God is red. What do you mean he ain't black? Like you? Listen, man. I'm just going to ask you one last time. And then I'm going to ask my brothers that monitor this channel to block you completely. Hit the link. Represent your people. Or leave. It's that simple. Let us that know who we are continue with our understanding. There you go. Family, y'all know what to do with this fucking llanta right here. Get rid of them. Let's go, family.
Believed to be the cradle of Aryan race, and that genetically they are more closely related to the Han, Uyghur, and Magyar tribes than to the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Should this turn out to be the case, then the term anti-Semitism will become void of meaning. based on the misapprehension shared by both the killers and their victims. The story of the Khazar Empire, as it slowly emerged from the past, began to look like most cruel hoax which history that has ever perpetrated. But it was not in use. In 1970, Israel was caught up in the momentum of territorial expansion, and without the Old Testament in hand and the exile of the Jewish people in memory, we would have no justification for annexing Arab Jerusalem and establishing settlements in West Bank. Why am I reading that? Here's why. Culture was not certain in 1970 whether the non-Ashkenazi Jews were descendants of Judaism. And if the Khazar conversion was an exception in Jewish history, nor did he understand that his battle against anti-Semitic racism might deal a mortal blow to Zionism principal imagery. Or rather, he did and did not understand, and naively assumed that if he declared an ambiguous political position at the end of the book, he would be exonerated. So he says, I'm aware of the danger that it may be meticulously and misinterpreted as a denial of the state of Israel's right to exist. But that right is not based on the hypothetical origins of the Jewish people, nor of the mythological covenant of Abraham with God. It is based on international law. In example, on the United Nations decision in 1947. Whatever the Israeli citizens' racial origins and whatever illusions they entertain about them, their state exists de jure, de facto, and cannot be done except by genocide. Damn. Whew. So this right here is why he says, but it was no use. In 1970, Israel was caught up in the momentum of territorial expansion. And this is when they went to war with them. Once again in 1967, I believe. And without the Old Testament in its hand, in the exile of the Jewish people, meaning the meta identity, in its memory, this is why Noam Chomsky is a fucking idiot. Because in the same breath, he's saying Palestine shouldn't die, but in the same breath, he's justifying that he's a Jew, which is why they're killing people. You see, supposedly he has a high IQ. It's easy to read and memorize and repeat. It's easy to read and memorize and repeat. That's all I'm going to say about that. It says here, they needed the Old Testament in hand and the exiled Jewish people's memory of it. It would have no justification for annexing Arab Jerusalem and establishing settlements in the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, the Golden Heights, and even the Sinai Peninsula. You see this? You see what is going on right here? This guy was talking about what they're doing right now. The writer was able, who was able in his classical novel Darkness at Noon to crack the communist enigma, did not comprehend that the Zionist enigma was entirely caught up in the mythological of the eternal ethnic time. Nor did he foresee that the post-1967 Zionists would resemble the Stalinists in their ferocious response. Both saw him as an irredeemable traitor. So it says, and we're almost done with this, when the book appeared, Israel Ambassador DeBrey described it as an anti-Semitic action financed by the Palestinians. Isn't that what that fucking convert who calls himself Netanyahu came and said to Americans here? That the people protesting were paid by Palestinians or Iranians. The organs of the world, Zionist organizations in the diaspora of the exile, suggest that perhaps this compilation has begun, after all, to wonder about his own roots, but that most popular Kostler feared he was forgotten writer, and since that a Jewish theme presented from a paradoxical and unusual perspective and done skillfully would restore the public interest in him. The Zionist publication expressed a deep concern that, thanks to this exotic element and Kostler's prestige, the book would appeal to Jewish readers without either historical understanding or a critical faculty, who might accept its thesis and implications literal. You see that? So even they are telling their own people, we're not Khazars. We're not Khazars, which is why I started off reading this here. No one wants to go looking under stones when venomous scorpions may be lurking beneath them, wanting to attack the self-image of the existing ethnicity, ethnos, and its territorial ambition. The writings of national history is not seriously meant to uncover past civilizations like we see today. Its principal aim thus far has been deconstruction, meaning the belief, like Joe Biden said, if there was no Israel, we'd have to invent an Israel. Its principal aim thus far has been the construction of a meta entity. We have to create an Israel and the political consolidation of the present. That's why when you look at the importance of knowing history and their intent, you can appreciate your family more. You can love your children more. You can spend time and really be involved with your wife more. Be present at the moment, because now you're starting to see the clarity of what, when you look around, you're not confused no more. You have answers. Like you have answers, you know what I'm saying? And it's not conspiracy theory. Like you're like, holy shit, man, this is real stuff. Like I can see what he's talking about. Yeah. What the hell? I just downloaded the damn thing. Oh, here it goes. Check it out. I'm going to play it. I'm going to take a little break. Hold on. What the hell? Give me a second, family. Give me, hold on. Hold on. Give me a second. What is going on? Why am I not able to download it? See, the reason why I don't want to play the one that I gave you is because that one is not necessarily edited. And why doesn't it want to play the video? What the hell? Hold on, family. Now I'm really mad. Now I'm really upset. Because I'm really trying to get this going. It's like, what the fuck, bro? I downloaded the shit. It's in my own way. Get the hell out, man. You're messing me up. Get out. Let me see. Yeah, I did. I downloaded this thing, man. Come on, bro. So as you can see, give me a second. Let me move some of my stuff over. Check this out. They say that they were shamans, right? Let me see. This is from a book I have, The Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. Okay. Just a little bit here. Check this out. It caught my attention. It says here that the symbolic snake of Judaism. So apparently these people, these learned men, decided by peaceful means to conquer the world for Zion with the slightness of the symbolic snake. Okay. This is a kind of interesting book. I'm not going to read too much of it. We're talking of sovereign of Europe had laid low, right? Symbolic snake. Where do you think that concept, don't tread on me, came from? It's not by coincidence. You know what I'm saying? It's not by coincidence. That whole shit, bullshit, Nazism and all that, it's made up. This is the game that they're playing, family. This is a game that they're playing. Give me a second. Let me see where it's at. The symbolic snake and its significance. The instability of a constitutional scale. The symbolic snake. Right? Check this out. Is that the protocols one? Yep. I think it is. Yeah, that's the protocols one. Where do you think this concept comes from? Right? Don't threat on me. So check this out. This is from a similar book, The French Connection, The Protocol of Zion. It's not the same book. But look at something I read here, and I'm just going to read it quickly while it's downloading. Right? Check this out. Methods of conquest. I have some good news. We're only a few steps away from our goal. There's a small way to go. Hold on, here it goes right here. Give me a second. Let me save it now. Okay. Let's see if it opens. All right. So let me read this real quick, and I'm going to show you the video. And I'm going to take a break. There's a small way to go, but when we get there, we'll have achieved the closings of our symbolic snake. This snake represents the spreading of our people across Europe. When the snake closes into a loop, the whole of Europe will be locked in its constricting coils. Don't threat on me. Who came to America in 1492? Right? Don't forget who came to America in 1492. Who was expelled from America? They weren't Europeans. So these people here, Goyams are under the impression that those verses are welded together, that are welded strongly together, and any discrepancy between them should balance over time. But their monarchs who might enforce their welding are surrounded by representatives who play the role of fools, lusting for uncontrolled and irresponsible power. Kind of like P. Diddy. I think P. Diddy hangs out with these movie power people. Why do you think the movie directors and the financiers are Khazars, and the ones acting are the Canaanites claiming to be Hebrews too? We see it all the time. Am I looking for this one? Let me see. Good news, steps away. Symbolic snake. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to read this one. Matter of fact, let me get to it before I show you the video. Okay, so I'm going to read from here to there. Just a little bit, not too much. So let's touch on this real quick. Remember the shamanism, the whole idolatry? Okay. The leaders of the surrounding nations, especially Russia, have had so many years of complaints by their citizens that as a group, they deliver an ultimatum to the Khazarian king. They send a communique to the Khazarian king that he must choose one of the three Abrahamic religions. We understand that, right? Okay. The Khazarian king was given a choice between Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. The Khazarian king chose Judaism and promised to stay within the requirements laid out by the surrounding confederacy of nations led by Russian Tsar. Despite his agreement and promise, the Khazarian king and his inner circle of oligarchs kept practicing ancient Babylonian black magic. Why do you think that whole concept of the Sephiroth is in there? Why do you think the concept of the Sephiroth is in there? Where do you think that came from? For example, this right here. Where do you think it came from? Khazars. And Canaanites. And the snake, it's right there. Phoenicians. Carthage. African Phoenicians. Canaanites. Khazarians. This is, they're working to, I mean, it's, I don't know if you don't see it, but I mean, what do you want me to tell you? Because we know the Phoenicians were they practiced Judaism. The Phoenicians of the Canaanite regions or Philistine families, those type of people were the ones that the Most High kicked out because y'all were worshiping demons and aborting your babies like you still do and sacrificing them and all kinds of shit. That's why there's secrets in their religions, also known as secret Satanism. The secret Satanism involves occult ceremonies featuring child sacrifice after bleeding them out during drinking their blood and eating their hearts. I know that's supposedly what they're saying. I don't know. I've never seen it. But again, I'm reading it. The deep, dark secret of occult ceremonies was that they were all based on ancient Baal worship, what we just saw right now. Also known as a worship of Owl. In order to fool the Confederacy of Nations led by Russia, they were watching Khazaria. The Khazarian king melded a secret satanic hybrid religion known as Babylonian Talmudism. Now we start seeing the Zophar, the Shohar, the books of enlightenment, the Sifrad, the 10 elements, the 7 levels. That's why the Revelation 13:1, 7 heads, 10 horns, and 10 crowns is the Sifrad. And that's why when the Bible says of good and evil, the evil part is what these books are teaching, which, whether you believe it or not, has a history of thought. You see, that history, religion of thought, has been recreated 4 times already, in case you guys don't know that. And unfortunately, it's in your face now. It's all over your places. The whole concept of prosperity and all that shit, it's part of this. This was made the national religion of Khazaria and nurtured the same evil that Khazaria was known before. Sadly, the Khazarians continue their evil ways, robbing, murdering those from surrounding countries who traveled through Khazaria. Khazarian robbers often attempted to assume their identity after they were murdered, after they murdered these visitors. Are they not doing that in Palestine? Did they not do that here? Are they not doing that here now? And became masters with disguises and false identities. Holy schmoly. It sounds just like you, West Africans that want to be Hebrews. A practice that they have continued even to this very day, along with their child sacrifice occult ceremonies, which are actually ancient Baal worship. Who is providing the abortion clinics and who is aborting the majority of the babies? Once again, the invention of the Jewish people. Now, in this book, we saw a lot. A lot. We're not done just yet. I got the video. Let me let it play. Hopefully it plays, man. Yes. Okay, let me let it play. Hopefully they don't block me. All right, family? If there's a sound issue, let me know, please. Let's go.
An illusion it will be. So large, so vast, it will escape their perception. Those who will see it will be thought of as insane. We will create separate fronts to prevent them from seeing the connection between us. We will behave as if we are not connected, to keep the illusion alive. Our goal will be accomplished one drop at a time, so as to never bring suspicion upon ourselves. This will also prevent them from seeing the changes as they occur. We will always stand above the relative field of their experience, for we know the secrets of the Absolute. We will work together always, and will remain bound by blood in secrecy. Death will come to he who speaks. We will keep their lifespan short and their minds weak while pretending to do the opposite. We will use our knowledge of science and technology in subtle ways, so they will never see what is happening. We will use soft metals, aging accelerators and sedatives in food and water, also in the air. They will be blanketed by poisons everywhere they turn. The soft metals will cause them to lose their minds. We will promise to find a cure from our many fronts, yet we will feed them more poison. The poisons will be absorbed through their skin and mouths. They will destroy their minds and reproductive systems. For all this, their children will be born dead, and we will conceal this information. The poisons will be hidden in everything that surrounds them, in what they drink, eat, breathe, and wear. They must be ingenious in dispensing the poisons, for they can see far. We will teach them that the poisons are good, with fun images and musical tones. Those they look up to will help. They will enlist them to push our poisons. They will see our products being used in film and will grow accustomed to them, and will never know their true effect. When they give birth, we will inject poisons into the blood of their children and convince them it's for their health. We will start early on, when their minds are young. We will target their children with what children love most: sweet things. When their teeth decay, we will fill them with metals that will kill their mind and steal their future. When their ability to learn has been affected, we will create medicine that will make them sicker and cause other diseases for which we will create yet more medicine. We will render them docile and weak before us by our power. They will grow depressed, slow, and obese, and when they come to us for help, we will give them more poison. We will focus their attention toward money and material goods, so they may never connect with their inner self. We will distract them with fornication, external pleasures, and games, so they may never be the one with the oneness of it all. Their minds will belong to us, and they will do as we say. If they refuse, we will find ways to implement mind-altering technology into their lives. We will use fear as our weapon. We will establish their governments and establish opposites within. We will own both sides. We will always hide our objective, but carry out our plan. They will perform the labor for us, and we shall prosper from their toil. Our families will never mix with theirs. Our blood must be pure always, for it is the way. We will make them kill each other when it suits us. We will keep them separated from the oneness by dogma and religion. We will control all aspects of their lives and tell them what to think and how. We will guide them kindly and gently, letting them think they are guiding themselves. We will foment animosity between them through our factions. When a light shall shine among them, we shall extinguish it by ridicule or death, whichever suits us best. We will make them rip each other's hearts apart and kill their own children. We will accomplish this by using hate as our ally, anger as our friend. The hate will blind them totally, and never shall they see that from their conflicts, we emerge as their rulers. They will be busy killing each other. They will bathe in their own blood and kill their neighbors for as long as we see fit. We will benefit greatly from this, for they will not see us, for they cannot see us. We will continue to prosper from their wars and their death. We shall repeat this over and over until our ultimate goal is accomplished. We will continue to make them live in fear and anger through images and sounds. We will use all the tools we have to accomplish this. The tools will be provided by their labor. We will make them hate themselves and their neighbors. We will always hide the divine truth from them, that we are all one. This they must never know. They must never know that color is an illusion. They must always think they are not equal. Drop by drop, drop by drop, we will advance our goal. We will take over their land, resources, and wealth to exercise total control over them. We will deceive them into accepting laws that will steal the little freedom they will have. We will establish a money system that will imprison them forever, keeping them and their children in debt. When they shall band together, we shall accuse them of crimes and present a different story to the world, for we shall own all the media. We will use our media to control the flow of information and their sentiment in our favor. When they shall rise up against us, we will crush them like insects, for they are less than that. They will be helpless to do anything, for they will have no weapons. We will recruit some of their own to carry out our plans. We will promise them eternal life. But eternal life they will never have, for they are not us. The recruits will be called initiates, and will be indoctrinated to believe false rites of passage to higher realms. Members of these groups will think they are one with us, never knowing the truth. They must never learn this truth, for they will turn against us. For their work, they will be rewarded with earthly things and great titles, but never will they become immortal and join us. Never will they receive the light and travel the stars. They will never reach the higher realms, for the killing of their own kind will prevent passage to the realm of enlightenment. This they will never know. The truth will be hidden in their face, so close they will not be able to focus on it until it is too late. Oh yes, so grand the illusion of freedom will be.
Yeah, that's it's not a joke. We read a very heavy book, Khazar himself admitting that they're converts and that they have no reason to be claiming these things. So why is you, America, white and black America, why are you guys letting them do this? You know who this reminds me of 1492? Isn't this the same thing that certain people did when they came here? Now let me remind you, family of mine, that those people that came as Christians, but remember, there was a lot of so-called conversos. Let's continue. They also came to the Americas and tortured and demolished every historical piece that we know of ourselves. This is sad shit right here, family. I'm going to play just about maybe 2 minutes. All right, check this out.
Same night, while Gaza is relentlessly being erased, they took a boat with the first families, ready to occupy the land of those who are being killed and starved to death.
This wild clip that I'm about to share with you is from a large documentary called Holy Redemption that I'll be linking to below this video on YouTube, which is about an Israeli extremist group backed by members of the Israeli government that is leading a violent undertaking of stealing Palestinian land. So it interviews both the extremists as well as Israeli human rights lawyers that are attempting to fight back against this, yet shows how the Israeli government essentially turns a blind eye as these extremist groups encroach on more and more land with settlements and outposts. So the clip here that I'm about to share is from members of this group as well as others going on a boat to view and
the main settler organizations are holding a conference near the border to select the first Jewish families to settle in Gaza. We are the only media invited to cover it.
ברגע שאני שומע את אותם הפצצות בעזה, אני מרגיש שהעם שלי חזק. משמידים את הרע בעולם.
Do you see this dumb shit from these dumb fucking people? Yeah, I called you dumb fucking people. You are not the people of the Bible, killing in the name of the people of the Bible, and then calling those other people evil. Why? Because some fucking idiot gave you some damn identity, and now you're so stuck on it you don't realize the evil that you're doing? Or are you just evil-ass people?
As we hear Israeli bombs falling on Gaza, they already discuss how much land each family will take, and the destiny of the people of Gaza, the exile.
Okay, white America, where the fuck are you? You that supposedly go by historical facts and shit, and you then say, oh no, you can't kill people based on religion. These guys are killing people based on the fucking so-called religion they believe in. Yet you know damn well, historically speaking, they're not those people. You have a lot of blood in your hands. You people that vote Republican and Democratic, you both are going to pay. You think because you vote Democratic, you're making it less? They're both over there with the purposeful intent to what? If there was no Israel, we'd have to create an Israel. Isn't that what Joe Biden said? How can you guys sit here and allow this to happen when these are not people of the Bible to justify this murder? They wrote it themselves. Hear that word? I'm very fucking familiar with that word right now. And I know, family, and I'm not a positive. I don't give a shit. You guys don't want to like my channel, then you can unsubscribe. I don't give a fuck. But you know what? this right here is a very familiar word to me. It allows to deport them and to take control of it. It is allowed to deport them and to take control of it. What is Miller, Stephen Miller, same of Khazarian bloodline, is saying about our people? Deport them. Deport them. Isn't this what AIPAC is pushing for too? Isn't these people the ones that came, the so-called Sephardics, claiming to be Jews? They have not stopped. And you are all idiots in Christianity believing these are the people. These are your gods?
למקום מפעל גדל את הילדים, בעזרת הגוסות בהתחלה. לא יהיה צפוף שם, כל אחד יהיה לו דונה, יהיה מאוד מרווח, לפחות דונה.
לא, משנה מה אנחנו, אבל זה לא מספיק. לא אחד ולא שתיים ולא שלוש. כל אחד ניצור. מי זה טוב? גם מה שנותנים לו לישון בשקט.
Why do you let them sleep in peace? Why is it here now in America anti-Semitic to call these motherfucking people racist as hell and they're not Jewish? I do not understand. Look, this is the only two nations, a section of people, for example, these ones right here, they claim to be Israelites and not white folks, but they look like fucking white folks. And you have black people here in America that claim to be natives and not from Africa, and they look like Africans. Two nation of people. Now you have so-called African Americans voting to deport the people that have been here for a long time. Same spirit.
אתה לא תישון בשקט. אני לא אתן לך לתכנן את עזה. עזה היא שלנו.
That same night, while Gaza is relentlessly being erased, they took a boat with the first families, ready to occupy the land of those who are being killed and starved to death.
המטרה של גרעיני ההתיישבות להתקרב ככל האפשר לעזה, לראות את עזה כולה ולהבין שמעתה והלאה עזה תהיה כולה יהודית.
You guys don't think these people would do the same or did the same? They did the same to us. They did the fucking same shit. Now, I pray that the Most High, man, I don't like to pray this way, but I do pray that he punishes you so fucking bad and he pays that shit back to your fucking kids. Your Khazarian children. I pray to God that he does that to you because you're using the name of God to kill other people when you're not of the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And you got these other idiots around you who are meta identity as well, drowned in that crap, believing your shit. And you got these Negroes that claim to be Hebrews. Oh yeah, we're Hebrews too because they told us in 1998 or in 1844.
בעזרת השם, עם ישראל ינצח ונזכה לבנות ולראות בשוב השם לציון ובשוב עם ישראל לחבל עזה.
So
we love everybody. Thank you for coming to our event. I hope you see all the nice smiling people here.
I'm a slave high! You gonna die!
We love everybody. Thank you for coming to our event. I hope you see all the nice smiling people here.
I'm a slave high! You gonna die!
How are you? I'm good. Fuck off.
The unspeakable crime of being not.
This weekend in Washington, D.C., the American Israel Council was holding its annual summit with all kinds of right-wing extremist Zionists who were justifying the genocide. And we thought, let's go there and do a little street theater. Let's set up a checkpoint that simulates the horrible checkpoints that exist all over the West Bank, where armed Israeli soldiers are pushing around Palestinians and letting them through or not letting them through, holding them there for hours, telling them what side of the street they have to walk on, that kind of thing. It got ugly very quickly.
Next fucking time, any of these white people, bro, tell you Rasa any fucking shit, bro, I kid you not, throw this thing in their face. You see this? This is here in America. Don't they complain about Mexican people or just Rasa or Hispanics being proud of their flag? No, this is totally okay. Fake ass Jews, who we know damn well, they're mostly Khazarian converts, right? Are doing this in your so-called land. And this is okay.
You are idiots! Idiots! You're brainwashed! You go to Israel, you go to Iran, and live over there, come here, and ban this stupid thing! You're dumb! You're dumb!
This is the same type of fucking idiot people that vote for Donald Trump all day, every day, family. Her sanging ass fucking cleavage and shit with a horrible Haktoi accent telling them how they feel. Look at this. Look at this fucking devilish flag right here. No, but you guys are okay though, right? Totally fine. Let's go.
You are brainwashed!
You're anti-women!
Oh yeah, you're anti-women! We are not women!
You're not
We are not women!
anti-women!
Get the fuck out of here! You're gonna be deported, you motherfuckers!
You see this? Get the fuck out of here. You're gonna be deported. Y'all either be idiots or I don't know. I don't even know, bro. I may just continue. I'll just need to be quiet now because I am getting upset. I'm sorry.
Fucking cocksuckers!
There's no drugs, there's no crimes, there's no wrong. We operate military courts. Conviction rate. We have a 97% conviction rate.
We love everybody. Thank you for coming to our event. I hope you see all the nice smiling people here. You're always welcome to come. Thank you so much.
Here in America, these fake ass Jews, these piece of shit motherfucking people right here, they have dual citizenship. That gets even better.
Is the Israeli army raping children?
Oh, yeah, they are. The fake Jews are raping children in the name of God. This is what they're doing. They're raping children in the name of God. You want me to be nice about it? Can't call me anti-Semitic. I am a Semite.
Is the Israeli army raping children?
Our protection teams are working with children released from the Israeli military detention system. These children report sexual violence, including rape. They report being denied food, beaten and attacked by dogs. They report seeing their parents stripped and beaten in front of them. These children are struggling to cope with the profound trauma and mental and physical harm that this has caused.
That was the testimony from a doctor in Gaza who leads Save the Children's Health Unit. And yet this isn't the first time that the rape of Palestinian children by Israeli forces has been reported.
I was part of the human rights vetting process for arms going to Israel, and a charity called Defense of Children International Palestine drew our attention at the State Department to the sexual assault, actually the rape of a 13-year-old boy that occurred
13-year-old boy occurred in Israeli prison. Let me tell you something, Ram. Let me remind you, family, that Stephen Miller, the same Khazarian convert claiming to be a Jew, was the main person that helped Donald Trump pass that law that separated 85,000 of our brothers and sisters from the arms of their parents. Those are your people of the Bible?
In an Israeli prison, in the Mosque Bia in Jerusalem. We examined these allegations. We believe they were credible. We put them to the government of Israel. And you know what happened the next day? The IDF went into the DCIP offices and removed all their computers and declared them a terrorist entity.
In response to the rape allegations in 2021, Israeli authorities shut down a Palestinian NGO after it reported allegations to the U.S. State Department that Israeli forces had raped a Palestinian boy.
To the occupied West Bank, where a video has surfaced showing Israeli forces assaulting a child in a shop in Hebron. This happened 2 weeks ago, but we're getting the video now. Soldiers can be seen attacking the boy, forcing him to take off his top, apparently because it had a gun printed on the shirt.
Israel has a long history, prior to the 7th of October, of systematically holding Palestinian children captive.
One of them caught me, hit me on my chest with the butt of his rifle. He pushed me to the ground and then all started beating me. They arrested me and took me into detention and beat me again and cursed at me.
More than 700 arrests of children have been documented since the 7th of October. A July 2023 Save the Children report revealed that before the 7th of October, Palestinian children arrested by Israeli forces endured severe emotional and physical abuse, with 86% beaten and 69% strip searched. And after the 7th of October attacks, Israelis started a social media trend mocking Palestinian detainees arrested by Israeli forces.
You Israelis are weak motherfuckers, man. You guys are weak ass fucking people. Weak ass people. Disgusting for that matter. Which brings me to my other point. Let's continue.
Martin Luther King Jr. make a Diddy party look like a Catholic convent school. It's a third world country and a first world country. Like the black community in these something like Haiti or worse. And it started out with Martin Luther King Jr., whose whole life was a Diddy party. Orgies and smoking and fighting and whipping up on women.
The thing that bothers me more about all of it, Tucker, is the prostitute. The orgies are bad, but when you buy flesh and you say you're a man of God, to me that's very visceral. They say he plagiarized his PhD, which means that he was a fake doctor. He walks around with these communists. Money from Moscow was bankrolled in the civil rights movement. He was getting money from Moscow to put in his pocket. It had gotten so bad that the FBI designated King an enemy of the state. And it's only about 5 or 6 people that have ever been had such designation in the United States of America history. They said that with this designation, even if they heard that somebody was coming to assassinate him, they wouldn't warn him. And that was a courtesy they would give to mafia dons. They would not give it to King.
Martin Luther King Jr. make a Diddy party look like a
This is how y'all be sounding. We was the original trees. We didn't come from Africa. We was the original trees. And my dad had talked to his grandfather, and his grandfather had said to his sister's cousin, uncle's grandfather, he used to have leaves for hair. He used to have leaves for hair, and see, and it'll be somebody else on here that goes, yeah, because I remember my auntie's grand uncle, his birth certificate, we did our genealogy, his birth certificate had bark. It had bark on it because we was copper colored, but we was bark colored. We was bark colored too. And it'll be like a bunch of people in the comments, y'all ain't know that already? Y'all didn't know that already? You didn't know we was trees? I been known we was the original trees. But see, brother, we was more than the original trees. We the foundational original trees. And it'll be 0 sources, and it'll be 1 million people in the comments going, wow, I always knew, I always felt we was the original trees. Oh my God. We was trees. We was the original trees. Nah, I always knew we wasn't from Africa.
Egyptians are mutts. And I'm sorry, you are not.
يلا يا كلاب واحنا نصبح على احلى خير واحلى عافيه.
Egyptians.
Yeah. I mean, shit. They even, I mean, if they're not mutts, you're calling people that look like you mutts. And then this is a person that has fake ass colors and shit. It's funny. All right, now let's move on to this whole, again, metamorphosis. Once again, we read about the Berbers, North Africans, and how all of them, if not maybe 1%, was African, not a Jew. Let's continue. Y'all want to be rulers of Europe? By all means, please. Please have it. Own it. Because all you're doing is embarrassing your doctrine. Let's go.
Shalom. All praises to Yahweh. Bahashem Amashiach Yahweh Shah. This is Teller Nicholas with the Noble House of St. Nicholas. Today, we're going to get into the Hebrew Israelite Walsh family. All the Negroes with the surname Walsh in the Americas, Caribbean islands, Europe, and all the Negroes that scatter abroad with the surname Walsh, like Africa and Canada. Before the Walsh family was slaves here in the Americas and the Caribbean islands, you guys was royalty in Europe. You guys was royalty in Ireland and Scotland, which was once ruled by our last Negro king, King Charles and the Stuarts. This is a picture of King Charles I by Anthony Van Dyck circa 1635 in a silk vest worn by him when he was beheaded by Oliver Cromwell. King Charles Stuart II, the Black Boy King of England, 1630 to 1685. The word Stuart comes from the Old Nordish root swart, which means black. Stuart is the same word as swarthy, which means black in Old English. There was once a Stuart line of kings in England. To remind y'all, the Negroes, the Hebrews, we ruled the Dark Ages of Europe for 1,000 years, from 500 AD to 1500 AD. That was prophecy fulfilled in Revelations 20 and 6. Blessed and holy is he that hath part in the first resurrection. On such the second death have no power, but they shall be priests of Yahweh and of Yahweh Shah, and shall reign with him 1,000 years. So from 500 AD to 1500 AD, we ruled with Christ. But back in the 1100s,
You hear that? You see and you listen to this stupidity? He just has dark skin, got little thin lips. Yeah, I don't see any of that shit here. Anyway, let's continue.
AD, we created and stamped these family surnames like Walsh as Norman barons.
Into America. My question is, who were the Normans in 1066? On to the next slide, please. And here are the Normans. Have they never told you they were black?
Oh, stop it. You know I ain't gonna get all out.
I have 1,000.
Black. We're gonna see what the Normans did. Did the Normans introduce surnames? Following the invasion and subsequent occupation of the Normans in England in 1066, hereditary surnames were to be introduced by Norman barons. Where does a surname originate from? Does a surname mean anything? A last name, also known as a family name or surname, is typically passed down for one generation.
Yeah, are these pictures like original and shit, or did he draw them himself? Yeah. Let's play a little bit, man. Let's play a little bit, and I'm gonna show you the videos.
1500 AD and on, Revelations 20 and 7 happened. And when 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison. So in the 1500 AD, the Byzantine Empire fell, which was ruled by Negroes.
Okay, you dumbass. So exactly where does it say in the Bible that it was going to be Israelites that were going to subjugate the white man, supposedly, for 1,000 years? Where does it say that in the Bible? Because I need to, show me that verse. Israelites will conquer the Esau for 1,000 years. And then Jesus will return. This is why I had to read a good section of the book initially to give you a synopsis of what the fuck's going on with the minds of these people. You get what I'm saying? And one more thing, family, I want to say this. These are the same people that claim that they ruled Europe, right? So if they ruled Europe, that means they were in Europe, in Spain, and in Portugal since 700 AD. And then they want to come here and tell us that we're the fucking Spaniards. What do you mean? Yeah, we're up there for like 700 years. Who is a real Spaniard? Not I. More you. You see what I'm saying, family? You got to read between the lines. Y'all ruled Europe, and then you're going to tell us that we're Spaniards. But you carried yourself as Spaniards, Swarthy Spaniards, Portuguese Spaniards. You spoke their languages. Now you want to say we're Spaniards. When is it beneficial, family? You see, this is why I fucking destroy Canaanites all day. Because when you go into their mind, it is so loose as a goose. No pun intended. You know, let's go, man. Let's go.
And the Western Roman Empire rose, which was ran by Edomites, Caucasians. And they put our families into captivity, house by house, realm by realm, and kingdom by kingdom. And Revelations 20:8 happened. And shall go out to deceive the nations which are on the four quarters of the earth.
Let me ask you, Canaanites, this question. You're saying that you ruled Europe and you didn't know the white man and that you had no clue of the white man's religion, but yet at the same time, you're actually expressing the white man's religion with a cross, you know, Jesus and Black Madonna and all that shit. And then at the same breath, you say like, well, you know what I mean? They took our heritage and we didn't know who the fuck we were. Man, listen, bro, like this is so difficult to understand or comprehend. Let's be logical here. You ruled Europe, right? That's the understanding. Okay, sounds good. So then now, if you ruled Europe for 700 years, that means that you're the fucking Spaniards. Now, if you ruled Europe, you weren't preaching the Bible, like literally like the actual, you know, commandments and keeping the laws. No, you were teaching either Christianity or Talmudic shit. So then now I gotta ask you, who are you? Who are you? Before you come to this channel, you Canaanites better understand who you're dealing with. Like I said it, and I'll say it again. My job is to destroy the Canaanite spirit. You will never rule again. Let's continue.
So they deceived the nations.
Keep in mind, family, that we just read the book that all of these people that look like this that ruled Europe were actually what? Fucking Africans. Well, not fucking Africans, but Africans as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the best way to put it. North Africans, for that matter. They didn't all look like this, by the way. And I know that a lot of you West Africans, because you guys are mostly Canaanites, would love to have some of that portion as a kind of kingship ruler. But your tribe was mostly used for muscle. Those are facts. Now, I kind of don't, I had enough of that shit, you know, to be honest with you. So let's look at some of this right here real quick. This is from, by the way, Leo Africanus, the history of Africa, by the way. So I'm going back to page 85. Like, what's this? This is in that time. Okay, this is not in 1700. It's not like Colomiado's books where he like cuts and pieces shit. You know what I'm saying? Like none of that. It was reprinted in 1600, but it was actually printed when he was alive. He was alive. He's an actual African himself. You know, not claiming to be white and then writing about Africans. He's literally saying who they are here. So let's read it. In case you guys don't read this, I'll read it for you. It says on page 9, technically, of chapter 5, of chapter 2, of the inhabitants of Africa and the signification of the word barbar. Over cosmographers, historiographers affirm that in times past, Africa was altogether inhabited except that part which now is called the land of Negroes. And most certain it is that Barbary and Numidia were for many ages destitute of inhabitants. But tawny people of said regions were called by the name of Barbar, being derived of the Berber or Barbara, which which too, I think they're signifying the murmur because of the African tongue, I guess. Sounded as if the ears of Arabians, no otherwise than the voices of the beast. So let me go ahead and see. Let's start here. For when the king Africus, being by the Assyrian or Ethiopians, driven out of his own kingdom, traveled towards Egypt, seeing himself so oppressed with his enemies that he knew not what should become of him and his followers. He asked his people how or which way it was possible to escape, who answered him, Bar, that is, to the desert, giving him the understanding by this speech that he could have no safer refuge than to cross over Nilus to flee into the desert of Africa. Wait, give me a second. Blacks went into captivity because they put whites in captivity? What do you mean? That blacks didn't go in captivity because they put whites in captivity. You need to clarify that. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Maybe I need to butt out. Anyways, let's see what else. Let's see. Matter of fact, let's get to the point. Let's get to the point here. It says now the original or origin of the people of Africa. It says about the origin or original of Africans. Historiographers does disagree. For some have them to be derived from the inhabitants of Palestine, because, as they say, being expelled out of their own country by Assyrians, they came at length into Africa. See, as they say, and seeing that the fruitfulness of the soil chose it to be their place of habitation. Others of the opinion that they took their original from the Sabians, a people of Arabia Solix, and that before such times as they had put to flight by the Assyrians or Ethiopians, as had been aforesaid. Some others report that the African descended from certain people of Asia, like today, right? Today we have Negroes that say that they were Negroes in China, but they're the ones that taught Bruce Lee how to fight, who being chased hence by reason of wares which were waged against them, fled into Greece, which at the same time had no inhabitants at all. Howbeit the enemy still pursuing them, they were forced to cross the sea to Morea, and being arrived in Africa to settle themselves there, but their enemies abroad still in Greece. All which opinions and reports are to be understood only of the original of the Tani people, that is to say, the Numidians and barbarians, meaning people that are up in the north. For all the Negroes, by the way, this is an African man himself. For all the Negroes or blackamoors take their descent from Cush, the son of Cam or Ham or Cama, who was the son of Noah. But whatsoever difference there be between the Negro and the Timor, certain it is that they have all one beginning. For the Negroes are descendant of the Philistines, and the Philistines of Mizraim, the son of Cush. But the Timor fetched their pedigree from the Sabians. And it is evident that Saba was begotten of Ramah, which was the eldest of Cush. Divers other opinions there be as touching this matter, which because they seem not so necessary, we have purposely omitted. Meaning, yeah, there are some important facts to this that we could have probably included, but it's not necessary. This is as clear as it gets. Here, he emphasizes an asterisk, Genesis 10, verse 6. What does that say? Genesis 10, verse 6. And the sons of Ham, Cush, Mizraim, and Put, and Canaan. We have gone deep into the history of these so-called Jews that claim to be. Now, I will say this because we saw an African Phoenician, just real quickly, just so you can understand that this Phoenician history that you guys are so fucking willing to fight for, by all means, West Africans, you could have it. I don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to argue with that. You guys say you originated, you know, everything came out of Africa, whatever, all that. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Christianity, yeah, I believe it too. But then that means you have to embrace this shit too. The ancient faith of Britain, supposedly, but it does have a history. I'm going to show you this. The creed of Druidism, monotheism, polytheism, anthropomorphism, the Druidic alphabet, ancient seats of learning, ancient trees, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, reference to Caesar's account of Druidism, affinity claim between Druidism and Freemasonry. And what does that have to do with human sacrifice? Oh shit, for real? Yes, it does. And tonsures, you know, that bald spot that Christians love to do when they're supposedly priests, like the ones that came here. Serpents and serpent's eggs. Now, check this out. Druidical circles, stones, stone edges, and Phoenician art. So we see Phoenicians, African Phoenicians, May Day festival, ancient sacrifices, Baal fire. Look at this. Judaism, grove worship, and this particular doctrine. Where do you think Judaism came from? Egyptian origins of Druidism. This is your heritage. Mr. Black man that wants to be a Hebrew, this is you guys. You are the originators of that diabolical religion that Nimrod loves to use to worship. So this right here is what I'm telling you. You want to be Phoenicians? You want to rule Europe? You want to claim it? By all means, please do. But take everything that comes with it. The devil worshiping, the fact that you guys were all North African Jews that had already gone through proselytization quite some time ago. I'm not making it up. I already showed you the books. They're here. And you can't lie about that no more. I mean, you could try. You can continue to teach your people and say, no, that's not true. Don't look over there. That guy's lying. He's a racist. He's an agent. Somebody's paying him. There's no way that Mexican can know so much. I'm going to tell you something again, family. The tree of knowledge, or the knowledge of good and evil, the evil side of that understanding, and I'll do a class on it one of these days, soon. The evil side of that is that you would know how to deal with spirits and control spirits, which is what the Talmud, Babylonian, Sephiroth, all of those teachings bring. They bring witchcraft, and that comes from the Emerald Tablets, the teachings of Thoth, which he is either Cush or Nimrod, the first rebellious to go against God, the Most High. He is then the creator. So you guys want to be them? By all means, please be them. Please be them. Check this out. Now I'm going to show you this part. Again. Matter of fact, let me get out the screen. Here it goes. Hold on. We're going to start at 1834. This book right here. All right. Check it out. Lord of the Ring type. Like that kind of weather. Very humid. I mean, very damp, I guess, cold, whatever. Moist. Not colorful, you know. So anyways, in this book, he starts identifying his search. Now, I find it interesting because in this book, he points this guy out. Page 35. And it reads, it says, this is the book of Ahmad. Hold on, I'm sorry, family. This is the book of Ahmad, Ibn Fadlan, Ibn al-Abbas, Ibn Rasid, Ibn Hamad. Let me repeat that again. Matter of fact, let me get out the screen so you guys can see it. All right, watch this. This is the book of Ahmad, Ibn Fadlan, Ibn al-Abbas, Ibn Rasid, Ibn Hamad, an official in the service of General Muhammad Ibn Sulaiman, the ambassador of a Caliph Muqtadir, to the king of the Bulgars, in which he relates what he saw in the land of the Turks, the Khazars, the Rus, the Bulgars, the Bashkirts, and others. Their very kinds of religions, the history of their kings, and the conduct of many walks of life. Again, Khazars, but remember this name. Ahmed, even Fahlan, even Hamad, even Rashid, even Hamad. And things were not always thus. Now, why am I saying that? Check it.
I am Ahmed ibn Fahlan, ibn al-Abbas, ibn Rashid, ibn Hamad. And things were not always thus. I am Ahmed ibn Fahlan, ibn al-Abbas, ibn Rashid, ibn Hamad. And things were not always thus.
Okay, you see that? You see that right there, family? Woo! Right. So you're like, wait a minute, that's the same thing that book said. Yeah. This book here, right, has that same name there. So that movie is actually referencing a real person. This is the book of Ahmad, even Fahlam, even Abbas, even Rashid, even Hamad. And he says, and things were not always thus. Now, I don't know if he goes on to he catches this, but he says what he is. But you know, they dramatize it that he was sent because I guess he was sleeping with a king's wife. So out of jealousy, you know, they sent him somewhere else, right? But that's not the case. He was there to explore, to understand these people's ways. So let's listen in again, right? So we're understanding who these guys who are. Wait, like for example,
Bruh. Wait a minute. You.
¿Quién eres, güey? ¿Quién eres, güey? You know what I mean? Like, who are you people, man? You guys over there claiming to be you, the people of the Bible, but yet your ways are so wicked. Like, I mean, you're just. How can you be? So we're understanding now who they are, because I'm using their material, and I'm just basically playing their chest board. I'm sorry, I'm just better than you guys. Well, let's go.
I am Ahmed ibn Fahlan, ibn al-Abbas, ibn Rashid, ibn Hamad. And things were not always thus. At one time, I was a poet in the greatest city in the world. Life was easy, and I lived without care. The land of the Tosublan, a country.
Now we see there that it changes. So again, that's important to understand. Like, why are you showing me this, man? Why are you showing me this? Just follow, okay? Just be patient. So now, this particular movie has these people in here, okay? These guys are the Venlum or something like that. These are the people that he's going to encounter. People that live in the caves, Caucasus Mountains. Okay, I'm only showing y'all. I know this is nothing new, but I'm trying to show you the spirit of these people. Okay, like why would they do that? So now, let's go to the. So we saw that particular part, right? That's page 35. Now, let's learn a little bit about these people here. Their ways, very disgusting. Page 37, they are, sorry, my bad, fam, my bad. Hold on a second, get out the way, dude. Come on. All right, here goes. Page 37, they are in respect of their language and constitution, the most repulsive of men. These are the, remember the Khazars, the Bulgars, all them people up there, okay? They're not separate from this analysis, from this diagnosis, from this psychological, opinion. Their language is like the chatter of starlings. Like they talk like the Yiddish. Right? At a day's journey, there is a village called Ardwa, whose inhabitants are called Kardals. Their language sounds entirely like the croaking of frogs. Damn. They left on March the 3rd, stopped for the night in the caravan. Let me see. Okay, during one of the frequent snowstorms, even Fahalan, even Rashid, even Hamad, right? Oh, they go. And things when that always does that. Even Fatlan rode next to a Turk who complained, "What does the ruler want from us? He is killing us with cold. If we knew what he wants, we would give it to him." Even Falan says, all he wants is that you people should say, "There is no God save Allah, except Allah." The Turk laughed. If we knew that it is so, we should say so. There are many such incidents where even Fadlan reports without appreciating the independence of a mind which they reflect. Nor did the envoy the Baghdad court appreciate the nomadic tribesmen's fundamentals contempt for authority. The following episode also occurred in the country of the powerful Guz Turks, who paid tribute to the Khazars, a powerful nation. Yes, these people here, these Israelis from Russia, from Poland, yeah, that's who they are. Okay, that's who they are. People were afraid of these guys. Why? Because you see it now. They don't give a damn about children. That's very clear, I think. So, let me close this up here real quick, because I guess my camera's dead. Whatever. The next morning, one of the Turks met us. He was ugly and built, dirty in appearance, contemptible in manner, base in nature. And we were moving through a heavy rain. Then he said, "Halt." Then the whole caravan of 3,000 animals and 5,000 men halted. Then he said, "Not a single one of you is allowed to go on." We halted, then obeying his orders. Then we said to him, "We are friends of the Kudar King, Viceroy." He began to laugh and said, "Who is the Kudar King? I shit on his beard." Then he said, "Bread." I gave him a few loaves of bread. He took them and said, "Continue your journey. I have taken pity on you." The logic, right? The democratic method of the good Family, my bad, man. We got bounced off. Apparently, they have a little nice game going on today. So let's continue. We're almost done, fam. We're almost done. And I'm gonna bring a brother on board. Matter of fact, Joe, brother, if you are still there, I'd like for you to come on board too. Before we finish this session, I mean, VTC can come on board, bro. Julio too, for sure. And Joe, man, y'all can come on board. Let's finish this class. We've got about an hour left, and then we'll chop it up, bro. We're gonna chop it up because I think it's important for our people to know exactly how we feel. You know what I mean? There's scripture, but there's also, you know what I'm saying, like our experience. And this whole bullshit about like, oh, you guys are not, nah, not at all. You're not gonna take the little bit that we have left in who we are. Let's go. They are here. So let's read it. In case you guys don't read this, I'll read it for you. It says on page 9, technically, of chapter 5, of chapter 2. Of the inhabitants of Africa and the desert, and the signification of the word barber. Over cosmographers, historiographers affirm that in times past, Africa was altogether inhabited except that part which now is called the land of Negroes. And most certain it is that Barbary and Numidia were for many ages destitute of inhabitants. But tiny people of said regions were called by the name of Barbar, being derived of the Berber or Barbara, which I think they're signifying the murmur because of the African tongue, I guess. Sounded as if the ears of Arabians, no otherwise than the voices of the beast. So let me go ahead and see. Let's start here. For when the king Africus, being by the Assyrian or Ethiopians, driven out of his own kingdom, traveled towards Egypt, seeing himself so oppressed with his enemies that he knew not what should become of him and his followers. He asked his people how or which way it was possible to escape, who answered him, Bar, that is, to the desert, giving him the understanding by this speech that he could have no safer refuge than to cross over Nilus to flee into the desert of Africa. Not a single one of you is allowed to go on. We halted then, obeying his orders. Then we said to him, we are friends of the Kudar king, viceroy. He began to laugh and said, who is the Kudar king? I shit on his beard. Then he said, bread. I gave him a few loaves of bread. He took them and said, continue your journey. I have taken pity on you. The logic, right? The democratic method of the gods practiced with, I don't think I actually, yeah, I did. It says here, okay, here it goes. It gets more interesting. I'm just kind of giving you a little history of these people here. Don't get me wrong, family. Why do you think they study the Talmud and do all of that gory shit? Yeah, I don't even know, man. That whole concept about them, Pizzagate or whatever, that lady, I don't remember her name, the lady, and like she supposedly invites them to parties where they can drink blood. It's no joke. It's in their nature. We just have to identify them. What's wrong with them, man? They are nomads and houses of felt. They stay for a while in one place and they move on. Ooh, yeah. They were in Russia. They were in Germany, France. They were big. They go everywhere they go. They get kicked out. One can see their tents dispersed here and there all over the place according to nomadic customs. Now, you would think that they went back to Jerusalem and that they would actually improve the homes, right? You're like, man, listen, we got all the technology, but we're just going to improve the homes. They look like shit. Although they led a hard life, they behave like donkeys that have lost their ways. You see, family-wide, don't call yourself stupid Issachar. It's actually insulting. It's not a compliment. the way that they teach it is definitely not a compliment. It's an insulting with an insulting undertone. They have no religion which would link them to God, nor are they guided by reason. They do not worship anything. This is the Khazars, okay? These converts. Instead, they call their headmen lords. When one of them consults a chieftain, he's asked, "Oh Lord, what shall I do in this or matter?" The course of action they adopt is decided by the taking counsel among themselves. But when they have decided on a measure and are ready to carry it through, even the humblest and lowest among them can come and disrupt that decision. Check this out. The sexual mores of the Guz and other tribes were a remarkable mixture of liberalism and savagery. Why do you think they have those books that say you can have sex with children, family? I think this is a joke. It's the spirit of them. Their women wear no veils in the presence of their men or strangers. Nor do the women cover any part of their bodies in the presence of people. One day, we stayed at the place of a Guz and were sitting around. His wife was also present. As we conversed, the woman uncovered her private parts and scratched them. Can you believe that? Imagine sitting there with your neighbor, "Hey, how you doing, sir? Yeah, or like you go visit somebody. You're trying to I don't know, you're trying to sell blades or knives or some shit. And you're over there conveying to the man, like, "Yes, sir, you know what I mean? This knife and cuts and this and that." And this lady just goes, "Hey, how you doing? Okay, great." And she just sits there, opens her legs, shows her hairy ass crotch, and starts scratching it. Damn. You are the Khazars. Hypocrites. As we conversed, the woman uncovered her private parts and scratched them, and we all saw it. Thereupon, we covered our faces and said, "May God forgive me." The husband laughed and said to the interpreter, "Tell them we uncovered it in your presence so that you may see and restrain yourselves, but it cannot be attained. This is better than when it is covered up and yet attainable." So adultery is alien to them, yet when they discover that someone is an adulterer, they split him in two halves. Damn. Oh, man. This they do by bringing together the branches of two trees, tie them to the branches, and then let them trees go so that the man tied them is torn in two. Didn't they use that here? Makes you think about it. He does not say whether the same punishment was meted out to the guilty woman. Later on, when talking about the Volga Bulgars, he described an equally savage method of splitting adulterers in two, applied to both men and women. Yet he notes with astonishment, Bulgars of both sexes swim naked in their rivers and have a little bodily shame as the Guz. I'm not saying that he said it. Check this out. As for homosexuality, you know how they say that the rabbis bite that thing off in the circumcision? It's not far-fetched. As for homosexuality, which in Arab countries was taken as a matter of course, even Fadlan says that it is regarded by the Turks as a terrible sin. But in the only episode he relates to prove his point, the seducer of a beardless youth. Damn, bro. You see that, family? Do we not hear about that happening? Now, in case you don't know this, right? Check this out. I'll show you. Let me show you something. Watch this. Diaspora pedophile increasingly use Israel as a haven activist charge. The message came in Hebrew English, a warning to the citizens of Israel that monitor child abuse has received credible information that Redacted has plans to return to Israel in early November. Basically, he's saying that a lot of people who are pedophiles, they go to Israel. Really? So it says, but only episode he relates to prove his point. The seducer of a beardless youth gets away with a fine of 400 sheep. Accustomed to the splendid baths of Baghdad, our traveler could not get over the dirtiness of the Turks. The Gus do not wash themselves after defecating. Ugh. So they don't clean their ass. Or urinating. Ugh. Nor do they bathe after seminal pollution. Oh, hell, man. Ugh. Oh, my God, family. They're walking around smelling like pescado, homeboy. Damn. Oof. For God's sake, man. Somebody died down there. They refuse to have anything to do with water, particularly in winter. Didn't we know the story about Spaniards having the same shit? And what have we learned about Spaniards being who? You don't get away from me. When the Gus commander-in-chief took his luxurious coat of brocade to don a new coat the mission had brought him, right? They saw that his underclothes were fraying apart from dirt. For it is their custom never, I repeat, never to take off the garment they wear close to their bodies until it is disintegrated. The Khazars, the Amalekites, the Israelis, the ones that are blaming everybody else for their own, for their doing. It says here, another Turkish tribe, the Bakshirs, shave their beards and eat their lice. Bakshirs shave their beards and eat their lice. They search the folds of their undergarments. You mean they even dig in their underwear too? You know, and all that disintegrated undergarment? Damn, that shit is old. And crack the lice with their teeth. Holy shit.
Wait a minute.
That tastes good. Hey, imagine having some of that with tapatio sauce, man. Damn. I'm just kidding, fam. When even Fadlan watched a Baskir do this, the latter remarked to him, Delicioso! Y'all are nasty people. We're understanding who they are. That I'm just showing you who they are. So don't be surprised. Hey, remember, if thou seest the oppression of the poor and perverting of judgment, marvel not at the matter. Ecclesiastes 5:8. If thou seest the oppression of the poor and violent perverting of judgment and justice in the providence, marvel not at the matter. Why? Because of who they are. All in all, it is not an engaging picture. Our fastidious traveler contempt for the barbarian was profound, but it was only aroused by their uncleanliness and what he considered as indecent exposure of the body. The savagery of their punishments and sacrificial rites leave him quite indifferent. Thus he describes the Bulgar's punishment for manslaughtering, which detached interest without his otherwise frequent expression of indignation. Let's see. Is there anything important here? Let's see. Hold on. Let me see here. About pagan religion, he has little to say, but the Bakshirs Felis cult aroused his interest, for he asked through his interpreter, one of his natives, the reasons for his worshiping a wooden penis. Now you know why they've been practicing circumcision.
Bruh.
And notes down his reply, because I issued from something similar and no other creators who made me. Anyhow, we have seen a group among them worship snakes, a group which worships fish, and a group which worships cranes. You see this? Snakes and fish. They worship all kinds of things. 12 deities, winter, summer, rain, wind, trees, men, horses, water, night, day, death, earth. Among the Volga burghers, even Falan found a strange custom. When they observe a man who excels through their quick-wittedness and knowledge, like smart, right? They say, for this one is more besetting to serve our Lord. They seize him, put a rope around his neck, and hang him on the tree. Damn. Where he is left until he roots away. They don't like that. They want you to be base just like them. Let's see over here. The Tartars. You mentioned the Tartars. That's not that important. Let's continue. I'm almost to the point. Let's do this. Look, even Fadlan describes not the simple murder of two clever people, but one of their pagan customs, human sacrifice. Snakes, fish, human sacrifice. Sound a little similar to a lot of things that we're running into, that we're being accused of, by which the most excellent among men were offered as sacrifice to God. Who holds propaganda? Who's been publishing our history for the last 500 years? This ceremony was probably not carried out by common Bulgars, but by their tabibs. We shall see the human sacrifice was also practiced by the Khazars.
Gotcha, bitch.
One more time.
Gotcha, bitch.
Including the ritual killing of the king at the end of his reign. You see that? You're going to see something right now. We may assume that many other similarities existed between the customs of the tribes described by Ibn Fadlan and those Khazars. So this is interesting because what I'm going to show you right now, the video, it actually shows including the ritual killing of the king at the end of his reign. It says here, unfortunately, we have debarred from visiting the Khazar capital and had to rely on information collected in territories under Khazar dominion, and particularly the Bulgar court. They're feared. Khazars and Caucasus. Khazar Sea, the Caspian Sea. Even so, we were constantly reminded of the proximity of the Khazars and its potential danger. We heard the video of the guy that says who they are. They're not the real Jews. They're converts. Right? This is chapter 6. Two basic facts emerged from our survey. The disappearance of the Khazar nation from its historic habitat. Okay, so the Khazars disappear. And the simultaneous appearance in adjacent regions to the northwest of the greatest concentration of Jews since the beginning of the diasporas. You see this right here? So, wait, hold on a second. Matter of fact, let me pause for a bit. I'm going a little bit like nonstop. My bad, family. Hey, shalom, bro. Shalom, bro. Shalom, shalom. Scattered. Kill it. Shalom. Also, for the Freemason, Catholic, Polish grave, even the Christian church have that Polish pointed architecture. They all people way out there. I know, bro. I got to see a picture of that, by the way. Or the sundial. Yeah. Check it out. Check it out. I read this before, but I didn't really pay attention to it like this. Look at this. Two basic facts emerged from our survey. The disappearance of a Khazar nation and the simultaneous appearance in a distant region, meaning a region far to the northwest of the greatest concentration of Jews since the beginning of the diaspora. So it's basically saying that as these guys somehow disappear, these Khazars, they disappear. Simultaneously, at the same time, these other guys appear, so-called Jews. Since the two are obviously connected, historians agree that the immigration from the Khazaria must have contributed to the growth of Polish Jewry. Give me a second. Oh, let me see what you sent me, bro. Let me see.
So, but yeah.
Okay, you know what? Let's watch it. So it says here, since the two are obviously connected, the historian agrees that the immigration from Khazaria must have contributed to the growth of Polish Jewry. a conclusion supported by the evidence cited in previous chapters. But they feel less certain about the extent of the contribution since the size of Khazar immigration compared with the influx of Western Jews and their respective share in the genetic makeup of the modern Jewish community. You see that? Khazars have a very similar, almost 100% genetic makeup to today's so-called Jews. In other words, the fact that Khazars immigrated in substantial numbers into Poland is established beyond dispute. The question is whether they provided the bulk of the new settlement or only its hardcore, meaning its root. As it were, to find an answer to this question, we must get some idea of the size of immigration of real Jews from the West. Okay? So now, we're pointing this out. Again, I'm showing you who these guys are. The following passage on the rulers occurs just before this account of the Khazars, quoted earlier on. Okay? So check this out. Remember, family, they're trying to tell you who they are. Matter of fact, before I read that, I don't want to forget. Thank you, bro. Let's listen to this real quick.
You know, they themselves are Gentiles. That's the funny part. They don't know it. So here you have, you know, genetic study done at Johns Hopkins University by a Jewish MD, which you know about, and he comes up with the conclusion 97.5% of the people living in Israel that claim to have ancient blood have no Hebrew blood, come from Europe, and 80% of the Palestinians, though there, do have ancient Hebrew blood and actually have ties, legal ties to all the land. And there was no right for anybody to steal their land. And actually have ties, legal ties to all the land. Hebrew blood, and actually have ties, legal ties to all the land. And there was no right for anybody to steal their land. The thing is you probably don't know this, but recently there was a top secret document in Israel where it was admitted that they have no Hebrew blood. They've admitted it to themselves, and that's why they wanted to go back and take the Ukraine. That's why Victoria Nuland went in there and staged the coup to put Poroshenko. And of course, that's failing. You know, he had that very strong, in Ukraine had this huge business with tourism and tremendous tourism trade, which has been destroyed, so the country's going broke. But so if you look at this group, every country in the world where these Judaics have been, they've been kicked out one way or another. And there's a whole lot of secret history about World War II. None of it is the way we've been told, as you know. And so we'll talk a little bit about that. But what I wanted to do is investigate, find out why these well-organized Jewish groups, there's a worldwide network of them, why they have so much power. They have access to Mossad intel files. Mossad has access, all of our NSA files are downloaded to Israel, Tel Aviv by satellite. They have full access to all the NSA raw feeds. But what Israel doesn't know is they've been completely penetrated by Russian intel. The KGB, set up Israel as their slave state. A lot of people don't realize this. The Bolsheviks that staged the revolution in Russia in 1917 were financed by the British bankers, as were the Nazis. And of course, you know that Hitler was a British agent the whole time. He was mind controlled at Tavistock Institute. So the core problem always goes back to these Zionist bankers who really, they themselves are not Hebrew either. Most of them are German, but they're the great impersonators. But they play the role as a Hofjuden. They're the Vatican bankers, and they've gained a lot of power over the world. But basically what happens is they are the cutouts for the old black nobility families in Europe that really run things.
Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that?
Families in Europe that really run things. These are the unspeakable families. Basically what happens is they are the cutouts for the old black nobility, the old black nobility families in Europe that really run things. These are the
Have I been lying? What did I say? That the Jews and the Negroes have a lot in common. And what did you guys call me? You call me a racist. When I brought out the history about the fact that Habakkuk 1:8 was talking about the black nobilities, you said I was a racist. You said I don't know the Bible. You said I'm bugged out.
Unspeakable families people do not dare talk about. It's very hard to get their names. If you do searches on the internet, they're there. They run things behind the lines. But basically where their money comes from, they own all the financial businesses and the big corporations. And the reason that these large corporations are so interested in starting wars is because they make money off wars, the defense contractors. And of course, the big banks lend money to everybody. And if you look at what empowers the Zionists are nothing but cutouts. They're empowered by the private central bankers, the Rothschild banking system. The United States is a franchisee of it. The Federal Reserve is nothing but a franchise of it. People in the United States after being completely defrauded financially. In 1913, they passed the Federal Reserve Act, which is completely illegal, completely unconstitutional, Jim. And we're in a situation where they created real money, which is silver and gold-backed certificates. Then they got rid of those bit by bit. 1971, Henry Kissinger, who's part of.
So as you can see, these guys.
However, and the
All right, fam. I'm about to shut it off because we're having some issues and shit with the audio. So I hope you guys were edified today. Thank you very much for being here, supporting. And you know how we do it. Let me see what's going on. We'll talk about this another day. Oh, yeah. I was going to show some shit. But I showed you guys this before, so it's not a big deal. Anyways, thank you. We're seeing. I was hoping. Hold on a second. I was hoping that a brother would show up. Sorry, fam. I was hoping that a brother would show up today, but maybe we'll do it for another day. Okay, you guys have a good night. Thank you for being here. I hope it was edifying. So,
listen. If the Bible says greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world, how could you let the world be better than you? How could you let the LGBTQ be better than you? How could you let the Muslims be better than you?
Jesus ain't white and he ain't African American. You dancing with your flesh, but the truth is you need to bury him. Wear crosses round your neck, but in the spirit you don't carry him. These Christians trying to block me, I guess they think they the cherubim. And you won't go to heaven cause you claim you Trinitarian. If you still hate your brother and you ain't no good Samaritan. Don't talk like that, my brother, you be scaring them. They don't want no beef with the devil, they vegetarian. Man, it's God, then it's faith, and my family, that's what I cherish. I won't bow to Jezebel, no, I can't vote Kamala Harris. Got these medals on my chest, but this ninja never been to Paris. You say that you a man of God, you bow to Bell, you not embarrassed. He gon' break every curse on my life. When I call him, he gon' break every curse on my life. When I call him, he gon' break every curse on my life. He gon' break every curse on my life. He gon' break. Every demon gotta go. Every witch gotta go. Every knee gotta bow. Yeah. Every demon gotta go. Every witch gotta go. Every knee gotta bow.
My life is not mine, my life has been purchased at prices that I can't afford. They giving out love that we don't deserve, don't understand how they ignore it. I'm done with these idols, I'm breaking these cycles, these curses is getting destroyed, yeah. Break every...
Oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronado con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina desde hace tiempo. Este continente camina. Pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura, somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica, Gambino mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Soy de Perú, bandido, contento porque en este se quedó. Pregunta cuándo fue que la muerte por su casa pasó. Pregunta por su vida y mira su cuerpo tiro en la mitad de la cabeza. Y se pregunta si es su muerto más. Si la muerte vino por él, llevándose alegría. A su hermana la puedes ver llorando todavía. Todos se preguntan quién, pero nadie puede responder hasta que pega el fierro en la mano del muerto. Ahora es un fantasma que vive pintado en una pared. El mismo que anda penando en el barrio. No está tranquilo porque caminando con otro la ve. Por la que se mató sin pensarlo bien. ¿Y para dónde es que se van? Cuando por una tonta razón se van aquellos que más quieres. Pregunto para dónde irán. Es uno menos en el barrio y uno más para el recuerdo. De pocos a pocos mi gente se desvanece, pero casi siempre son los que no lo merecen. La muerte de un inocente, lo sabe la gente, pero nadie dice que él se lo llevó. Se rompió el corazón, lágrimas de madre, sangre en sus manos y no lo comprende el padre. Recuerda que la vida no tiene un valor y grita al cielo, mejor recógeme a mi Señor. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor ahora está presente.
Dime dónde están los que desaparecieron, los que no volvieron, los que de uniforme se vistieron. ¿Dónde están los que ya no están del soldado Juan, que una bala traspasó su cuerpo con el ruido de una? Son historias como mi prima Gloria, que su cuerpo no aparece pero queda su memoria. Niña de 5 años que su aliento ya es agónico. Encuentra cuerpo pero envuelto está en periódicos. La vida es una tumba que la suerte te depara. La muerte está en la mano de aquel hombre que dispara. Padre que espera a su hijo que vive en la urbe, pero al día siguiente lo recogerá en la morgue. Se cuentan horas, días y también los calendarios. Primo, nadie sabe si caerás en cementerios. Como mi amigo Mario que jugaba a ser sicario, hasta mató a su hermano y lo tomó como algo serio. Se cuentan horas, días y también las estadísticas. Para la policía un expediente más en balística. La lista aumenta y también el desenfreno, como aquel niño que golpeado en el hogar se siente ajeno. Le pone freno y toma la decisión, sacando la pistola de su padre en el cajón. Su lápida ahora pinta: hijo mío, te queremos. Si la muerte nos permite, algún día nos veremos.
Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor ahora está presente.
¿Dónde van? ¿Dónde? Dime dónde van las almas que se pierden en el camino de la vida. ¿Dónde van? Dime dónde van. Se detienen pulsos y otros por impulsos para el diván. Penas que se cuentan en la esquina. Cuidado con la neblina que la muerte se avecina por la acera. Joven estudiante muere en una balacera. Otro lío de pandillas que en el diario aparecerá. La vida se desaparece como el humo de un cigarro. Locos disparando desde un carro. Otra vida que se pierde bajo el cielo gris. No se puede ser feliz cuando gente muere en un desliz. Como Marco que soñaba con ser narco, viajar en barco y olvidarse de las penas en su cuarto. Pero cada vez que parcha ya se siente harto y su corazón marchito marcha para el infarto. Almas en oferta como Berta, que se acuesta en una cama pero en otra se despierta. Son 14 años y ya perdió la niñez. Se desaparece un viernes y no regresa en 2 o 3. Coleccionando amores sin importancia a los rumores. Malos menores sin temores y sin valores, deambulando en cada city, con el futuro a convertirse en un graffiti.
Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor ahora está presente. Pero el peruano sabe cómo se sale de abajo. Soy de Perú, bandido, contento porque en esta parte del será, porque así será. Agradecido con la vida y con Dios que me puso aquí, y con todo aquello que influyó para que fuera en sí, porque así yo puedo decirte gracias por mi color y idioma y también por mi idiosincrasia. Yo soy uno más que aprecia la tierra en la que nació, aunque el género en el que me expreso por aquí no se inventó, pero que chucha, esto es pa' aquel que escucha y se mantiene en lucha con el puño arriba y la capucha. Tierra de donde gran parte siempre se quita, pero regresa pues como un niño a su madre necesita. Gobierna una política maldita donde si se enferma el que no tiene no le regalan ni las curitas. Por eso, pero no es sinónimo de progreso y no esas mierdas sentadas en el Congreso. En fin, somos de un sitio en donde nada cae del cielo, en donde muchos trabajamos desde niños hasta abuelos. Lo que siempre sé en esta mi tierra crece, a pesar que unas veces no paguen al que cosecha lo que merece. No solo aquí, también en toda América Latina, víctima de aquella supuesta raza más fina. Pero no olviden que en Perú no existen razas, somos una especie de seres humanos que se porten en masa, que cuando se revela atacarán enjambre. Un peruano se puede morir de todo, pero nunca de hambre. Yo represento a los desiertos y a la montaña, aquella selva que si miras de arriba te engaña y te hace pensar que el paraíso está en el suelo, donde se refleja el cielo temprano en la mañana. Yo soy peruano, así que mejor infórmese antes de juzgar a mi apariencia y mi piel morena. Aquellos seres humanos que sobresalen, soportando todo a pesar de que muchos les envenenan. Paisajes de mil colores, comidas de mil sabores, playas con arenas blanquitas, no quiero nada. Tierra de grandes señores, culturas y soñadores, gente amable que te hace pensar, yo me quedo acá. Sufrimos y nos levantamos como otros pueblos hermanos, víctimas de terroristas y tiranos que se llevaron mucho y a muchos para el carajo, pero el peruano sabe cómo se sale de abajo. Por eso más de lo que sé y de lo que escucho, en todas partes siempre respetan a los peruchos, y es un hecho que a la mayoría nada le complace, razón por la cual quiere ser el mejor en lo que hace. Y es que así se nace cuando eres peruano, aquí tienes de todo, pero también nada se regala, hermano. Norte, sur o centro, en donde quiera que te pares, lo dijo Romero, el Perú es de la concha su madre. Orgulloso de mi esencia, de mi herencia, tengo un tatuaje en la maleta que te indicará mi procedencia, para que quede bien claro de dónde es que soy. Represento a donde voy y así lo hicimos siempre hasta el sol de hoy. Esta canción yo la compuse estando lejos de mi patria y no por querer hacerme el pendejo. Desde la costa, por la sierra hasta la selva somos cholos. Si tú me entiendes no permitas que yo haga este coro solo. Yo represento a los desiertos y a la montaña, aquella selva que si miras de arriba te engaña y te hace pensar que el paraíso está en el suelo, donde se refleja el cielo temprano en la mañana. Yo soy peruano, así que mejor infórmese antes de juzgar a mi apariencia y mi piel morena. Aquellos seres humanos que sobresalen, soportando todo a pesar de que muchos les envenenan.
Honeybook completely changed how I do.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.